what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back.
the top 8 teams from each stage will actually get the chance to compete in the OCE Championship. So the winner of the last chance qualifiers will actually receive a ticket directly to the champions. That's pretty big.
But he does get spotted, and that's going to be Sicko picking up another. Can he get the ace? He absolutely can.
Myth on the flank, he might be able to do something big. 1, 2, they're not turning around. There's 3, the Rocket to solidify it.
40, all of a sudden, there's actually a little bit of a, oh my God.
Order.
We want to get to the international events and have a really good run, even win them, and bring a huge audience back to Oceania.
Mind Freak.
He gets a second as well, looking really good here.
Grimmer's Disciples.
We're expecting to come out of our group as the #1 seed.
Meow Meow.
1 versus 1 situation now. Gets the jet dash, hits the kill.
Clarity Esports.
Our strength is definitely our unpredictability.
Bonkers.
Just though, it's down to a 1 or 2.
Fun Crew.
And just like that, flawless to come through for Fun Crew.
Yeah.
Iconic.
Panic doing a lot of damage to Clutchy as well. 1 more bullet and he's going to be out of the game. Norton going to be the one to take people out of the game. It would seem Panic going to be able to take them all out. Oh my gosh, Panic!
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a scheme play.
No! Oh my God!
The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's oh my word!
G'day, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. We are back. It is Valorant. It is the Valorant Oceania Tour. Welcome to Australia. I am Komodo. This is Pilski once again joining me on the cast. Pilski, we're in day number 2 of the playoffs for stage 1 now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to be continuing their good run in towards that upper bracket. Not quite at the stage of the tournament where we're going to be eliminating some of these teams, but we're starting to get through the playoffs, so the pressure's definitely starting to boil a little bit.
Well, just in case you folks at home, or wherever you are, I guess, are new to the Valorant Oceania Tour and don't know exactly what is happening and what things mean here, let's go ahead and have a look on how things do work.
Welcome to the 2022 Valorant Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament circuit where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place at the APAC playoffs with a chance to qualify for Valorant Masters, and a shot at the global title. Teams can compete in up to 2 stages, consisting of open qualifiers, a regional group stage, and playoffs, each with their own AUD $25,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate championship points to be one of the top teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship and a $30,000 prize pool. Those top teams go on to the APAC Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the Valorant Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2022's Global Champions, winning an as-yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live /2022 VOT.
Well, there you go. The way in which things are going to be working this year. A couple of international slots available, and then even some more to try and get our teams into the Sweet Sweet Champions. It would be amazing to get some representation on that massive, flourishing international scale. But of course, Pilski, you know, we got to kind of determine who's going to get there first.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what the playoffs here are all about. It's just the first chance to be able to showcase what talent Australia has. Whoever wins the playoff bracket is going to be able to go overseas and potentially test their mettle against some of these Asian teams like we've seen in other esports. I'm super excited to see who's going to be.
And of course, before that as well, you know, a little bit of money can go a long way, not just that little prize to go international. So the cash that these teams, these players are going to get in toward their pockets, if you do come away with the first place slot at the end of stage 1 here, you're going to be taking away 9K. That's going to trickle all the way down. So guaranteed, all 8 teams taking a bit of money home. A 25,000 Australian dollar prize pool is going to be really, really good. It's a lot of money if, you know, you grab that change.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously good to support the whole scene, give everybody a little bit of something to play for. And of course, we are only early days on in the year here, only the first stage overall. So plenty of teams, plenty of newer teams as well, and newer mixers that are still trying to get their foot in the door. Give them an incentive, give them something to play for, and also work on some of that experience so they can polish themselves up going further into the year.
Well, as I did mention as well, it is day number 2, which means we have already had 1 day of play, and a lot of big things were happening in that first day of play so far. A couple of big old highlights to come on through. Meow Meow and Order to come in specifically. Andy with a big one here, Pilsky. But, I mean, you talk about the individual prowess that we saw from yesterday. The teams as a whole were really tackling Order.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, look, this is what you'd expect out of groups, out of even early stages of playoffs, is that there is enough talent on a lot of these mixed teams, including Meow Meow, to test Order, but winning the series overall is a whole nother story, and I think you saw Order's excellence shine through there. Then this second series was exactly what I wanted it to be between Clarity and Mindfreak, an absolute barn burner, went all 3 maps, very, very close stuff, but Clarity once again showing their class, taking down the core of players that qualified to go overseas last year.
Yeah, and it was a really close one at the end of it as well, wasn't it? You know, one crucial turning point round that almost just decided the match in and of itself, but at like the 10-10, 11-11 area. I think this was the final one was like 13-11 or something there, but it just came down to it. And, you know, you're looking at the players feeling like maybe there was a little bit of hiccups in that match, things to look forward to a little bit later on in the leg of the bracket. And speaking of bracket, let's go ahead and look at what things are looking like at the moment. Of course, it is a double elimination format, which means the losers of yesterday's games aren't quite gone.
Absolutely, and you're still getting through some of those initial games just to see who's going to be put under the pump a little bit more, put under a little bit pressure in that lower bracket. Already, you see a pretty nice matchup down there in the lower bracket. Meow Meow and Mindfreak. Honestly, you know, with Mindfreak showing that they haven't quite hit their peak strength, anything could happen with that matchup. And Meow Meow definitely has the talent to be able to take a series off a lot of these teams. So that's already a tantalizing prospect. Then obviously the 2 losers of these 2 series we have here today will be heading down into that lower bracket and potentially be under a little bit more pressure in that regard as well.
Yeah, no, the pressure is definitely going to be building for a couple of these teams, but let's go ahead and look at exactly who we are going to be seeing play in these servers today with the titled names of Bonkers and Iconic to start off the show, and then we'll look to end it up with a Fun Crew and Crimus Disciples.
Yeah, so these are obviously the 2 matchups that we still have at the other side of that upper bracket that we haven't seen played yet. I think these are good sort of settlers for a lot of these teams if you're winning some of these series. I was kind of thinking about it in my brain. Sometimes the way that some of these brackets play out, you could potentially have, you know, too easy of a matchup, and you could be a little bit out of form for some of these important matches. But I think all four of these teams are of a pretty decent level, and I think you're going to be required to sort of dig deeper into the playbook, maybe even go towards a third map to be able to take the whole series. And I think that's really important for a lot of these teams going forward because it keeps them in good form. It gives them an opportunity to stay competitive across the whole bracket rather than having a harder series and then an easier series and it just be a little bit all over the place in that regard.
No, it's definitely going to be like interesting to me which game is going to be more maybe enticing is the word I want to use here. What one I'm looking forward to more. You know, in times of the past, we've seen individual players just absolutely pop off for a couple of these teams and it can really propel them very fast. So I guess there has been a change up, which is a little hint about one of the rosters tonight. So let's go and have a little cheeky look at who is going to be in the server for our first team tonight. It's going to be Bonkers.
Yeah, this has been a great team to watch so far. Already pushed Order right to the brink, all 24 rounds on 2 different maps, and they haven't been together that long. I mean, the core 4 of this team has been putting in a reasonable amount of effort for quite a while now, obviously picking up our RDW, coming off the back of that wildcard roster, which just had so many great players in it, and a lot of teams have been benefiting from picking up those players and putting them in their roster across the whole of the VOT. So Bonkers is definitely a team to keep your eye on, and I wouldn't be surprised if they keep themselves in the upper bracket here, at least for quite a little while.
Yeah, no, we've seen a bit of ups and downs against by their opponents in Iconic. So let's go ahead and have a look at who is on that roster. And as I did mention, a little bit of a change up to come in through to this roster. We've got Punda playing in for Clicker today.
He's got some great hair. Jesus, I don't think I've seen that before. Those curls, man. I think, look, apart from the impressive hair game across the board, this roster's looking really solid. Obviously, they have that core of players that came through from last year straight out of the Zoo and Legacy who, you know, they were a contender in VOT, but definitely not a contender for the top of the scene outside of pushing a couple of the better teams on some of these maps, maybe even upsetting maybe one of the top 3 teams, but obviously not the top team overall. I think with the introduction of Swirl again coming through from that wildcard team and Panic, who's already shown some good form here in this tournament, this is a strong team that you can't take for granted, and I think that they could really make a surprise run in this tournament already.
And I'm hoping it's a little bit stronger as well now that they've got their, quoted proper roster looking a little bit better, because Punda's technically the IGL. Previously, that had Panic and Duddy Boy kind of co-filling that spot. So it's going to be really interesting to see how things do turn up. And I guess on the flip side, how Minimize and co are going to be challenging against that. And speaking of, we did in fact hear from Minimize earlier in the week. So let's see what he had to say.
My name is Minimize and I play for Bonkers. I'm the IGL. I also normally play either Initiators or Controller. I think our pool was pretty competitive. We had order and clarity in it. We just took it game by game. There were some close series. Pretty much every series was close. Even the order one was pretty close, so could have potentially gone Frio, but yeah, every game was pretty tough. We had to take it game by game.
Nice Axe just going to be going in on Autumn, who was not expecting that one.
Yeah, so we're feeling pretty confident coming into practices being good, and that order game gave us a lot of confidence, showing that we can really compete with anyone in the region one more run. Or we'll always have like minor things and like stuff like that we want to improve on. I think the main thing that we want to improve on is like composure and stuff like that when the games get tight. I think towards the end of the order game, the difference in experience really showed. But apart from that, we're just building on our depth. We're a pretty new team, so we have some good strats, but we don't have many good strats. So we're just kind of trying to build on that playbook and expand it out.
It works out, but does it really? RDW, the patience.
So our main goal right now would be to kind of be up there with order. The top 5 teams, like 2 to 5, are really close together, close knit. So we want to push ourselves above that. We want to be like, okay, if you see us in your bracket, you should be preparing like a lower bracket run already, because we're in a different tier. It's how we want to see ourselves. I think what you can expect from us is we're gonna be a heavy hitter to every team we fight, no matter who it is. We come against the best, we're gonna try to beat them. We're not really scared of anyone. We're gonna come out, we're gonna put everything on the line, and you better be ready if you play us.
It's great to hear from Minimize that the end goal, I guess you would say, is to try and be up there with Order. We've already seen a lot of fundamentals from this team, and now it is the time to sort of expand and explore a little bit more, which, to be honest with you, is a really great trajectory.
Yeah, I think you see like a lot of motherhood statements and, smack talk and things like that from all different teams. It all sounds kind of the same, but what I will say about Bonkers is I've already seen from their game, from the eye test of how they play Valorant, that they're a very, very strong team. They have all their ducks in a row. They play very structured game style, and they've already pushed Order very, very early on in this tournament, showing promise with a pretty young roster. So I think there's a fair bit to back up that, quote unquote smack talk. And I'm really looking forward to seeing them go strength to strength and have a really good finish here early on in the year.
Yeah, no, a very close game against Order on Haven and on Bind, so I'm going to be really interested to see if we do get those maps indeed again. Let's go ahead and look at where we are going towards in the veto process of this one. I still want to see Fracture myself, but that's going to get banned straight away by Iconic. We're going to get Haven, we're going to get Bind, and Icebox is the last one. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, this is a comfortable map pool for a lot of teams, I feel like, at the moment. And I'm seeing from both of these teams' map statistics, even early on in the year, we're only into like mid-February, something like that. There hasn't been that many tournaments on and things like that. There's already getting a couple of reps in the officials going through open qualifiers and even the early stages of VOT. So I think for both teams, this is a reasonably solid map pool that they should be feeling somewhat comfortable on. What I will say is that you've already seen these opening 2 maps, like we've said, a good result from Bonkers up against Order. As for Iconic, they're a bit more up and down. Like, they've got quite a low win rate out of 4 games. Look, it's not the biggest sample size, but a low win rate over there on Bind, which even the other day, they didn't look too bad against Crimis. So it's hard to say, it's still early days. You're still seeing Iconic change around their roster a little bit and potentially, not even play some maps every now and again if someone's a little bit busy or something like that. So if they make it in the server, I think with this roster they can potentially contest anybody, and I'm looking forward to seeing them play here today against Bonkers, because that's a very strong opponent.
And I think that's one of my biggest, eye candy pieces right now is what is this Iconic roster looking like now that they've got their proper IGL in toward the roster. But we move over into the agent selection, see if anything different is going to pique our eyes over to Haven.
Yeah, so I'm looking at both of the agent lineups already. Look, we'll wait for the lock-ins and things like that. At least for Iconic, what are we looking at Haven here? It's looking pretty similar. We're seeing the double initiator. We're seeing the same smokes, everything like that. As for Bonkers, we're not seeing any change-ups there either. It should be just the Astra on Tix to close out the lineup, and they'll be also running the same comp. So no comp changes. Obviously, we're talking about a couple of role changes potentially, because you've got Punda coming into the Iconic roster. He's over on that Sova. I think Swirl was playing the Sova in their previous series, so a little bit of a change-up in that regard, with 1 or 2 roles shifting around depending on who's playing in the server on that day. But I've already been impressed with Swell's ability to be dynamic, you know, previously playing that secondary duelist role, even playing like a little bit of Jet and stuff like that. But I've seen him playing on the Sova in this Iconic roster and some of these other roles, and he really hasn't skipped a beat. He's still been fragging up, and he's still been finding impact.
And that's one of the biggest things, isn't it, as well? At the end of the day, in this game of Valorant, it is the shooting that essentially gets all the frags that you want to be able to find. It doesn't matter which agent that you play.
What's that
go to someone who's
again? Like
strong,
Project
but, you know, yeah, yeah. This is Valorant. This ain't Project A. Abilities, they're okay.
That's it. Abilities, they're okay. That's we'll put that one on the Valorant box that they're not going to sell because no one buys box games anymore. But all these boys, getting a lot of boys in the cams today, so I'm super happy about that. At least 8 out of 10 in cams. That's a good effort. That's a bloody good effort. If we can make it 10 out of 10, I'm going to be super happy. But that's a pretty good effort for this series, and I'm already keen to see what we're going to get out of it. You're seeing Iconic kicking things off on the attacking side, looking to group up towards C here, Dion.
Yeah, big group up. You're only going to have one in the little hold here from Tix. I'll make it a second in RDW, but it does look like an early challenge already, leaving nothing to chance. The fallback at the moment to come through from Bonkers, given a little bit of opportunity for a potential retake, but this plant's going down.
The duel on the flank could be massive, though. Mike lying in wait. Here's the drop, but Nice Axe going to fall over towards the B side of the map. You can see Minimize wanted to dive back into the site there. That is very patient from Mike. Trigger discipline pays off, and now a 3-on-5 for Bonkers to complete this retake.
Yeah, it should be a pretty good hold to come through from Iconic. The double peek out through the side spawn does dispatch of Tix. Now an extra information. The Nice Axe is starting to push up through the logs. Duddy Boy eventually going to be able to find that one, and maybe even another onto Scroll for the 3K in the end.
Yeah, he's been looking very, very sharp, in very good form. That was always the thing about that straight out of the Zoo roster, is like, it almost felt like they had 5 different players who could all frag up in their respective roles. And I think, you know, you didn't really see too much of Duddy on Jet previously last year because you had Nice Hacks on that roster. You had different players that wanted to play that role, but you're already seeing some of these guys, if they can be put in these fragging roles, they can still deliver quite a bit. And Duddy has been in some excellent form for Iconic, already starting things off with a 3K.
Yeah. Find a little bit interesting that Mike is going for the old classical ghost in toward the next round, the second round.
Yeah, just being economical, being responsible with his money. Definitely don't mind anything like that. It's cute. Bouncing it off the platform to get a little bit of shock damage. And speaking of Mike, just keeping the garage pushes and the bottom mid push in potentially his favor. A 2K, not going to matter too much. Not really the player you want the anti-eco frags on is the Cypher. You'd prefer to farm up some of those ults on someone else, but you'll take it if you can get it.
Yeah, we'll see if Mike is going to be able to get some more here and get one step closer to at least be beneficial in collecting upon those kills early on. But for right now, 5 versus 2 scenario, just going to be seeing the waltz over towards A. And, I mean, just damage here is what the Iconic boys are going to be chasing.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bonkers boys, rather.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just keeping things simple. Defending, you start off with that pretty safe anti-eco positioning. You've already been getting a couple frags, and then mid to late round, you just group up. Standard kind of smokes, low percentage, low risk percentage, rather, utility being utilized there. Trip's got the flank quite nicely. So Iconic already showing us good stuff. A very clean pistol. So far, a very clean anti-eco as well. They're already putting themselves in a good position here early on Haven.
Cheeky little dart there as well, just to make sure no one's lurking. So a safe exit. But of course, Pilsky does mean with the little quote formalities out and done, Bonkers are going to be having their purchase in the next round. And we'll really start to see where things are going to transition for them.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what we're going to get out of Iconic in the next round. These are always the rounds that really interest me the most. Obviously, you want these last 2 players dying to the spike so they don't have the leftover money. But the bonus and anti-bonus round, I think, is huge at the moment in Valorant, and is one of the biggest swinging rounds. You already got these 12-round halves. If you get yourself the bonus win, you are putting yourself in such a good position going forward. So having some of these pocket strats where you can make use of some of these lackluster weapons like the Spectres, even if you got yourself a Sheriff or a pistol or something like that, and still have impact, still be able to put rounds on the board, are things that I really want to see more of. What I will say about Iconic, though, is they've still got the 3 rifles going into this round, so they're not too concerned about not being able to win some of those duels if they take them. But as we saw in the game against Order, you're already seeing this A lobby control out of Bonkers that found them a lot of success.
Yeah, early camera thrown on through, and some information for Mike. Don't go around A, lean up towards B. Already getting some info here.
Yeah, the Wolf gets taken care of. RDW wants to delay that plant, and you do see the dive straight through the smoke there, Dion.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see what RDW can do. Taking the aim duel, going to be forced on back through the Nebula, but it's Duddy Boy to start to lead the charge in the side. He's going to get pulled down from the Grav Well, but the plant is going to start to go down. Meanwhile, Nice Hack's getting a bit of a flank happening all the way through mid. Already got the eyes from the courtyard as well to look after this one, so it's going to be interesting to see what Panic can do. It's going to be nothing. Bonkers starting to get this retake on quite nicely. Now, it's just going to come down to what delay Punda can do with Duddy Boy as well, looking for a second frag if he possibly can. Flash off the line, and just like that, it's all going to go down to Punda. A tag out from the recon, rather the owl drone for sure, but in the end, it does really nothing.
Fortunately, just some of those players in the positions that you'd want to see them have a rifle in really kind of let that down for Iconic. You had up in the site a lot of those players with the rifles looking to take some of the duels. I think Duddy on the jet and things like that. But when it came down to holding down the bottom mid push and the Gary push, especially with the change, having a Spectre in that position, unfortunately, is not really a duel you're going to be winning almost any of the time. Very, very easy to clear that player out at bottom mid, and that's exactly how you want to see those B-site retakes come in. You get the flanking, you get the multi-pronged aggression. You did not see Iconic able to take a link or anything like that and give themselves a better post-plant, so it was a pretty difficult round for them to navigate their way through, but already our drone straight out of Punda, straight up into the B site, and it seems like this is the point of contest that Iconic want to push.
Yeah, we saw the early strategy from Bonkers as well to get that A orb in the hands of Scroll to get the Seekers, but I don't know if that's going to be really utilizable over at the B site at the moment, so we'll see what the retake attack is going to look like for Bonkers right now. Meanwhile, Duddy Boy starting to line things up to find the first one. The Seekers do get ripped in, but it's just Iconic finding a couple of these neat little frags that they need to try and secure the round almost 100% if possible. The peek out from Nice Hacks gets shut down, and this is real crisp to come through. Tix is good for 2, but it's Iconic to shut it down.
That was absolutely massive. Weren't able to see it, but Punda actually snuck his way through that A link smoke. He actually was able to sneak past the dog. I think it was Scroll rotating off the A site, was dogging back into B, looking for some info, and Punda was able to sneak past the dog inside that Astra Nebula and be able to pick up him before he was able to come in on the retake. You also had that pick from Duddy Boy, and all of a sudden you're putting yourself in a 5-on-3 situation. Already Iconic playing with a whole lot of confidence, playing with a whole lot of style, just taking a lot of these duels. And they put themselves in an excellent position. Even though they didn't pick up that bonus, they're straight into the swing of things. They pick up that first gun round, and they're just going to keep things simple going for a push towards C in the anti-eco.
Lots of pressure on Tix and RDW here with 4 members of Iconic starting to run in toward the site. But the RDW, look up, mate. You've heard the updraft. Maybe you'll be able to find him eventually. He's seen the floaty, but it's minimized to find him with the Marshal. Now the Sheriff starts to come out, and Bonkers, they have a very vested interest in toward this round. Now a couple of kills. Looking for a plant is going to be Iconic, but we've already got the rotation starting to come. More frags are happening, and Punda, it's all going to be down to him. A 1 versus 3 turn 2. 2 away from the Hunter's Fury, but the spike down under the plat on the side. Oh, it's going to be real difficult for him, and nearly lost his life early by pulling out the knife, but you're going to hear the retreat from Bonkers in the 1 versus 2. Flash out, ready, available. Nice hacks for the spot. There's the frag from Punda. But does he have the idea exactly where Scroll is playing from? Scroll with that pistol out, gets the peek, but it's Punda to hold it. And a recovery that shouldn't have been necessary, but comes through.
Yeah, I mean, exactly like you said. RDW not cleared out of that close corner. The anti-eco strat for Iconic. They cut the site in half with the Astra smokes, but when you're giving that whole back site control to this Bonkers lineup, which you've already seen in their game against Order, when they're running this double flash combo of the Breach and the Sky, the ability to flood through those smokes and create havoc is just so annoying to deal with. And I think it wasn't necessarily that gave them that victory in their, or almost victory rather, in the half by more so just RDW being uncleared and the chaos on the site. But definitely would like to see that back site control come in if Iconic come towards C. And again, in this round, going to be trying to head up towards his C site yet again. Hunter's Fury comes out to try to pick ticks, but he's going to hide inside of his smoke.
Yeah, Aftershock to get a little bit of delay right now. The Hunter's Fury only getting a little tickle of a damage in the end. The peek out early. Duddy Boy to find the opener. He doesn't necessarily need to stick around. His team has already disappeared.
Found the opening pick. Exactly right. He wants to try to get out of dodge without taking his life as a loss, but not even going to be necessary. He's just winning all of the aim duels right now. Takes an opening 3 kills without the help of his team, who are currently looking to try to shift back over towards the A side of the map, where there are actually 2 players here for Bonkers.
Yeah, both of them ready and available at this A site, but you got 4 players of Iconic starting to come in through toward the site, so it's got to be that save call on the side of Bonkers. Take these guns into the next round, specifically that operator, and this is actually going to allow a massive hunt to come through from Duddy Boy. Technically, if you want to throw a little bit of the ace chase in here as well, you could look for the exit frags and see if you can take away a couple of the weaponry. It looks like Scroll might beat into the angle, but a headshot to come through, and now it's just that operator. Now he knows it's a gun that he really wants to be taken away. A little bit of aerodynamics with the updraft, and Duddy Boy, he's going to catch the first ace of the night.
Yeah, he is just absolutely farming the other team right now, just playing exactly what you'd want him to be doing on that jet roll. You know, sometimes you're playing that entry role, but in this case, setting himself up for those picks with the drone up just to be able to enable him to get a forward position and potentially apply some pressure to the defense. But really, even as that lurker, as that aggressive lurker over towards C long, he's still winning all of the duels. He's still having all of the impact and able to just come in as a bit of a contingency plan towards the late round, even if that A site push doesn't go well. You know, you're starting things off as like a 3-1-1. Setting up that player to find some space over towards C, and then you shift into that 1-4 and leave him on the lurk once he's gotten into the prime positioning that you're looking for. But, you know, the macro is not all that relevant when you're just hitting your shots and you're winning all of your duels. And right now, that's what it's coming down to in this game. Just having Iconic winning all the duels, out-fragging the other team. Their macro is not too bad either. Not sure if Panic's having a beer mid-game or if that's a Barocca, but, you know, who knows.
Well, if history serves us, it's you know, probably a Red Bull, but you know, for a different title, different game.
Yeah, well, either way, he's full focus on this one. Did see a small detail. He was actually given that plant in that last round to be able to enable Iconic to have the Cosmic heading into this round. And again, it's another one of these half buys where it seems like Iconic are setting themselves up for a push towards C. So see if they're able to potentially make up for some of their shortcomings in the anti-eco in that last round, but they're not really going to have to worry about any of these different positionings, and this is exactly what I wanted to see. You get the deeper smokes in towards Gary, in towards Spawn as well, rather than worrying about just cutting the site in half. Clear out the whole site and able to get that plan fairly easily.
Yeah, now we're just going to see what Bonkers can do for a couple of these kills. Duddy Boy's already pushed up to the spawn on the entryway into this C side, but this is a bit of an aggressive challenge for him with all of the defenders starting to flood in. But if he can keep hitting some sharp shots, it might be really well worth staying around. Now he's going to be put in toward the grave, and it will be that retake to start to really come through from Bonkers. But you've already got low HP for Scroll and for Minimize, so it's going to be really difficult to get that defuse. Big tap out from Swirl. Yes, there is a trade, but in the end, there's no HP for Scroll to really be able to play with, and there's only 2 lives lost for Iconic.
Yeah, not a bad anti-eco. It's what you see from a lot of teams, just that standard sort of C push. You're able to play that after plant from long, or if you've retained that mid control off the back of the forward Cypher cam up towards bottom mid and things like that, you can play from Gary's side as well. So not too bad at all, surviving with 3 players. Their economy is in a very stable position. They're already up 6-1. This is looking like an excellent half for them, and Bonkers just haven't seen them get rolling at all. This would be the round to do it, though. 3 ults available for them. Gives them a lot of retake potential with this comp. Don't mind this from Iconic either. You're seeing a lot of the same openings to the rounds. The drone up C long, the cam in towards bottom mid. Just trying to give the same look to Bonkers, but this time, maybe the difference maker is that opening pick from Nice Hacks on that A lobby control, which is tempting to be contested for Iconic. They have been given it now that they have the man disadvantage.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many advantages for Bonkers early on in these rounds. Duddy Boy has really just been ripping them apart. Right now, Swirl is gone, so that's no flashes available for Iconic to get into the site.
See, they can find an opener here. Niceack still in prime position to be able to just find an opener once again and get out to safety from this little bit of an off angle. And Iconic, this is the first time you've seen them play a little bit more hesitantly. They're starting to rotate that spike back through A lobby. In fact, it's just some fake footsteps, but with the Seekers coming out here for Scrawl, that's going to give a lot of info to Bonkers. Nice stun in towards Surus as well. Beautiful team play.
That's beautiful. Nice hacks, getting a couple of crispy shots in toward the round. Duddy Boy's line. He was looking at his radar. Now it's just going to be down to Punda. And he's been spotted out by the alarm bot. You know that RDW is not going to permit entry in toward the B site, but he's going to take the fight and he will win it in the end. So a flawless round to come through for Bonkers.
Yeah, they're starting to fire up a little bit. Very slow start into this game. See, just the individual prowess of some of these players over on Iconic is not something you can take for granted. Now Bonkers starting to frag up a little bit themselves. Niceax in particular is going to be an important player for them because if he's on that more aggressive end of the spectrum, obviously he's going to be finding a lot of those opening duels. And if he's not having a high success rate on that, that's where Iconic, you're already seeing it. When they find those opening picks, they are just rolling with the momentum and not having any issues in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be that mid control for them again. They want to get back in toward the B site. You're already going to have Minimize and RDW looking to get a little bit of this contest. Rolling Thunder might be very well utilized alongside the lockdown as the plant gets tapped. They've read into it.
Yeah, nice tap. Just being able to bait out that lockdown. This is going to give space towards Bonkers to get some forward positioning as well if they want it. They're taking a lot of these duels in towards Garage and winning them as well, Dion.
Yeah, early challenges that Iconic not really expecting and thinking that would be happening, but they're going to send in the Wolf. Niceax tries to get in front of this one, and maybe it just comes down to a little bit of the safety timing, as you've already got a little bit of that tagging happening on towards Swirl as well. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. 50 seconds to go, and it does look like Iconic are going to start to maneuver to A.
Yeah, how do you win this 3-on-5? They're going to just reset, as you said. Decide on where they want to be going. Both of these parts of the map, though, towards B and C and Gary are all covered off by this Killjoy utility. A two-man crossfire over here on the C site. Should just be a shutdown here for Bonkers. It's a very nice setup.
30 seconds left.
Do have that Nano Swarm at the entry as well that RDW will be able to pop in case Niceax does get taken down. So we'll see how this challenge is going to come out. The dash through. There's the shot. There's the Nano being popped. Ticks to find Swirl. And now it is just going to be Panic. He's got about 8 HP. Let's guess at about that number. But is it going to be enough for him to try and get a 1 versus 5 happening? I doubt it. Just to die behind the timer. And Niceax will get it for the third in the round.
Yeah, better for Niceax to pick that one up anyway, because Tix has already got his Cosmic. So one off the Jet Knives as a result, being a little bit more patient. You also don't just want to take those freebie duels where you can just drop additional guns that you had no business dropping.
Here.
Just keep that economy nice and stable. And off the back of those 2 rounds, you're seeing this this half swing in terms of the momentum a fair bit. Now it's Bonkers with a really solid economy. They've still got 2 pretty high impact ults ready to go, and now they're going to change things up a little bit more with Niceax on the operator. Duddy's on the knives, and there's a lot of players over here towards A.
Oh, I'm going to get the double up drive from Duddy. That's some information, but no frag. It's going to be on a Niceax to see what he can do. Reveals the operator for now.
Get the drone up straight into B yet again. Seems like the point of contest that Iconic wants to be taking is just getting into this B site. But the Rolling Thunder is ready to go if they want to kick off this retake early. Seeker's going to be giving a little bit more space, and Duddy just goes up and takes this duel, but he's fluffed all his knives, Dion.
And the Rolling Thunder goes in, so now is the time to try and capitalize upon it. Minimize sending himself in, but on toward the sidearm. It's ripped out and his head's ripped off. Neural Theft to start to come on through, and it's a reload. Squirrel caught in it. And now the 2-player advantage to come through from Iconic. They technically could settle things down. There's a minute to be able to play with. And for the side of Bonkers, you've got Niceax and Tix very separated. Spike gets into the floor. That's going to come down.
I can't believe that Iconic's gotten away with 3 people sitting inside a smoke there.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. Caught in a reload, caught in a pistol whip out attempt as well. It makes things more difficult, but Tix is going to give it a ripe old go for the 1 versus 3 now as his teammate does meet his demise. 1 versus 2, but how do you still navigate this one? Panic behind the site, Duddy Boy behind the shield, and well, it's going to be Duddy Boy finding the headshot.
7th there for Iconic. Again, just really hammering home on that B site. Seems to be the main point of contest they want to be taking time and time again. They're not too worried about Bonkers being given this lobby control. Have been contesting a little bit with small bits of utility, or maybe just a little bit more in terms of more people being committed over there in previous rounds. But for the most part, Iconic very happy to just ping pong between C and B on a lot of these aggressive rounds. Again, we're seeing a change up back towards the C side of the map. Drone's going to kick things off early on. And the rest of the team to follow.
Now Duddy Boy's going to get in here quick. Can't quite destroy the nano, so that's going to force him back for now. But a Hunter's Fury ripped on out from Punda. Definitely looking for a frag if he can find one. Tix nearly runs that in toward his teammates, but for now, Nebula is the act of the stall.
Cannot believe that Tix on 70 is just spraying his whole Phantom clip through the smoke. Obviously, a big thing attack FPS is you're closer to that smoke. Your traces are a little bit easier to be able to pinpoint the positioning. And he's standing right behind that smoke, just spamming his weapon away. A little bit worrisome.
Oh, positioning from Ardate. Can't quite navigate more than one, unfortunately, and that might give the insight that things were moving toward the A site. So it's good timing for Duddy Boy to start to sleuth in towards the C site. Finds the kill, but his team still aren't here.
I mean, that's a Phantom classic. 146, and he's able to just win the duel by getting that one Vandal headshot. No, Duddy Boy is good for a lot of headshots most of the time. Minimize now sneaking into that C platform position, left. But he's out on an island.
We'll see what Minimize can do here. Can't use his utility, but he's going to hear them stomping in and let him go straight past. It's a little bit unfortunate that Punda didn't quite clear that angle, but now Minimize gets taken out. And as Icon start to find a couple more kills, it is going to be just down to Nice Hacks. They will be able to at least get the plant right now, but Mike is quite vulnerable with his camera on out. How do you navigate this again if you are Nice Hacks? Duddy Boy down to 1 HP. Panic starting to retreat down towards C-Long as well. There's individual jewels available right now for Nice Hacks, but with a star to go on the spike, that'll be a grab well. The sneak out. Nice Hacks has an idea of where Panic is going to be sitting, but again, I mentioned that star is going to get the tap. Count to 2 seconds. It's actually an early pull, so there's a chance for Nice Hacks to still try to find the winning of this round here. Panic baited in toward it. No smokes for Nice Hacks to throw on toward the spike, unfortunately, and now we're just going to get some interesting shenanigans afoot as... well, Panic loses it, and there is enough time for the defuse.
Yeah, a couple bullets could have made the difference there. Really could have gone either way. Panic, definitely not terrible movement. You were talking about the star being pulled a little bit early. Just some small details there that decides that 1v1. But I have to say, if there was a team that needed it a little bit more, it was definitely Bonkers. Making this half a lot closer than it could have been. Like, you talk about these Haven halves where, yeah, you know, teams could definitely run away with the attacking side. Off the back of winning that one-on-one, Bonkers has a full buy. We've got 2 ults to work with, mostly just the Cosmic that you're looking at, whereas Iconic, they're kind of a little bit reset. They've got one player down to the Spectre. Swell didn't have great money either. They're going to actually contest this A lobby control. What a bloody shot out of Panic to kick things off.
And I think they got the reveal on towards Scroll as well, so they definitely know he's here, but as he finds the frag and gets concussed out here, it's going to be interesting to see if he can stay alive. The flashes on through are working wonders. They're working a treat for Scroll as he's still allowed to survive with Minimize. Now they're looking to lock this one, contain it down nice and early. Duddy Boy completely blinded to find Scroll, looking for another hunt, and the frags are starting to come through. It's all onto Swirl, and he can't quite get it. So it's going to be 5-7 at the half in favor of Iconic.
Tix is just MVP there. Like, the star placement on long is really what saves Scroll there. He's able to find that first pick. They're diving deep on him. The second player is able to flood into the site and cover him, just coming in behind that box side. And really, it was just Punda on the Sova that was deep into the site. And the reason for that is just that one clutch star. The suck over towards long actually splits up the attacking side enough for the spacing to not be good for the trade. So really coming down to small details there, but a 5-7 half is not bad. I don't think it's just me, but like, it feels like Iconic has kind of just been out fragging Bonkers quite a bit so far in that early half, and it looked like a lot more one-sided of a half than it actually was. So let's see what Bonkers has for us on this attacking side.
Oh, an early challenge out from Duddy Boy, but it's Punda to start the affair. There goes the frag from Duddy Boy as well. So immediately kills for Iconic. And just a quick little tidbit, just a quick little note. Remember, Bonkers found all the pistol rounds against Order. Okay, Duddy Boy's just absolutely ripping them apart. You'll love to see it. Just how nice to see what he can do here. But what I want to mention, Pilsky, Bonkers won both pistols against Order and the subsequent rounds, and they still didn't win the map. So,
yeah, I mean,
will we see that here?
Makes things a lot more difficult, that's for sure. Hard to win pistol rounds when Duddy Boy is just doing this to you. I think he had a 3k in both pistols. So having a lot of impact there, and definitely don't mind him just going, I'll just buy armor and keep using this gun. Seems pretty good. Drag up some more people with the Sheriff. Bonkers, on the other hand, see what damage they can find. This is obviously just the eco round for them before they go into their first gun. Their attacking side was definitely not too shabby against Order. Kind of opposite to what you saw Iconic do on their attacking side. I remember Bonkers leaning a little bit more heavily over towards A for the most part.
Oh, this is looking so scrappy right now. The flash to try and bail Iconic out. The first frag is going to go the way of Bonkers. The free gun, by the way, and you look the wrong way, and Panic gets taken out, so we're turning things upside down.
This is not how you anti-eco. Like, it feels like Iconic are the ones that feel the need to take the duels, whereas, you know, usually on your standard anti-eco, you want to rely on the utility, the crossfire setups, just safe positioning. You don't want to be free peeking a whole bunch of players bottom mid or taking the duels in towards Garage, and it's all great when you get your, you know, second or third round ult and it works out. But in these rounds where you lose these crucial anti-ecos and you give the other team momentum, that's when you're really sorry for that kind of passage of play.
Well, it's not the end of the round so far. There is, of course, some guns in the hands of Iconic, but you got that Spectre stolen from RDW, and with the spike to go down to wherever Bonkers wants it, it's going to be going down at default. It'll be interesting to see how Iconic get a retake happening from here.
Cam gets pulled early. Turret up the top, giving Mike a few troubles, but now you got to get this 3-man retake through CT side. Let's see how Bonkers deal with it.
Yeah, deep cage to assist his teammates to try and get out of the spawn as Niceaxe gets a jumping right click out onto Duddy Boy. It's going to be minimized to find Mike, and now they know exactly where Swell is. He is the one with the Spectre in hand, so we'll give it a good old go, but already dinked on down. RDW to finalize the frag, and as you mentioned there, Pilsky, that's not how you want an anti-eco round to go.
No, definitely not. And I think, you know, you're going to see that more and more often as this game gets a little bit older in its life cycle. You know, the Classic is still an absolute powerhouse, even post-nerf on the burst. Very, very strong weapon. The spread at those medium ranges when you're just tapping away for the head is... It's not too hard to be able to, you know, string those dinks together. So all of that free peeking, all of that, you know, anti-eco hunting has really come back to bite Iconic here. And that might swing this game quite substantially as you see Iconic have to go on their own eco. This will allow Bonkers to really stabilize their own economy and just start to pick up some momentum in this game where it didn't feel like they had a lot.
Yeah. Well, we'll see the challenge out through the outer A lobby because that Nebula allowed the creep up from Iconic, but now it's going to be a little bit of the decapitation attempt from Bonkers. Scroll to collect 2. RDW there for the frag as well. Now it's just going to be down to Panic. Good for a shot onto RD, but
I mean,
the rest of the squad is already over towards C.
I don't know what he's doing, but it was entertaining, I guess. I think he's like trying to do some kind of rabbit cosplay, maybe like bouncing up and down up middle with the LMG or something. These are the, again, like the small details where on an anti-eco, these extra guns lost really do take a toll on your economy in the long run. No way, Panic! There's no way!
What has he just done?
Oh,
I'm lost for words.
these teams can't win an anti-eco. Like, okay, you can't blame them when that's what you're dealt. As opposed to what Iconic was doing earlier, where they lost the anti-eco against the Classics. I mean, that was just an insane display of individual skill. There's like no other way of putting that.
All headshots from a Sheriff, 3 different targets, split it. I don't even know, man. I don't even know what you say there.
There's
That's
nothing
ridiculous.
to say. It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened.
Well,
I wasn't setting up for it, you know?
I know.
I was talking about the big picture. Sometimes those are the moments of excellence that you do get. And this is what I was talking about. So remember, I was saying, like, Bonkers, they really rely a lot more on this A side of the map. And again, similar to what we saw against Order, they're finding success over here.
Yeah.
They find that opening duel towards long. put themselves in a 5v4. And again, they're setting up for this A execute that works so well for them in the previous game. But it's a 3-man setup on the side here, Dion.
Yeah, real early rotate to come out, and this is going to be a pop flash through the Nebula, but the frag, Nice Hacks managed to dodge it, only going to be good for 1, and now they're very vulnerable to a push up through short. That's where the action is starting to come from, but Swirl starting to frag is going to look really good for Iconic. A tap on toward the plant, and a flash that misses its mark as well. 50 seconds to go. Bonkers don't necessarily need to stay at A.
Yeah, Tix is trying to read the play. You get to see his game sense come in here. He knows that the play is to try to push through A-Link and find some other part of the map. But Panic's positioned very well yet again, Dion.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do here. But it does look like Bonkers might have found the right timing to go back in towards A. Of course, they don't know it. So they're just going to be waiting to see if they can find a frag right now. See if they can make their dream of the plant down and the post plant a little bit easier.
That's cute. Give an extra 20-30 seconds. Just allow the rotates to settle. Mike's still sitting on his cam over towards C. Here's the plant towards the A site. Scrawl's going to be the first point of contact over here, but the bird actually missing.
Yeah, it goes over towards the ramp for Heaven, and now Swirl manages to find Scroll. It's all onto Tix, and I think Swirl saw him. Yep, he knows exactly where that position is. So he'll find the frag. Doesn't need the defuse. He's already got the Seekers. Throw that one over towards Mike.
Yeah, good safe play out of Iconic. Relying on those trips. Top of B, Garage, you got the Cam C long. The Cypher, I mean, that's one of the big talking points about why he's so strong on so many maps. It just gives you such good coverage, guaranteed coverage across the map. You know, you're running something like a Killjoy on this map. That's one of the biggest downsides. You rotate over towards the other side of the map, your alarm bot's down, you aren't able to get some of those tells about when a certain part of the map's being contested. But that Cypher just gives you that guaranteed coverage, allows you to know as a team what's clean and dirty and play accordingly. Now you get one off a lot of these ults for both teams. And again, we're seeing Bonkers go towards this A side of the map, try to contest there. Swirl throws his bird out. Does read that there's a couple players over there, and that prompts a 2-man rotate already out of Iconic. Seems like they're well aware of how much Bonkers wants to lean towards A.
It's a bit cheeky getting the Cloudburst in to try and dodge it all, but it doesn't happen, unfortunately. Now Bonkers starting to get in toward the site. Mike good for 1. Punda as well. Starting to get a little bit of this defense stronghold on the site of A. Now it's only 2 players remaining for Bonkers. How do they try and bully their way in? They don't. Tix is seen falling back on the camera, and RDW got tagged too, so they know exactly where the remaining 2 players are.
Yeah, and again, the Cypher showing its prowess, allowing them to stay one step ahead in terms of the rotations. Out comes the Neural Theft there. Reads the positioning of the attackers. Duddy's already in prime position. Able to control these rotates right from the bottom of C long. Easy pick for him on the operator. It's all on Tix, and Iconic is just showing us such a good level of Valorant right now in this series. You know, I was looking at what Bonkers showed us the other week against Order. Such strong play from them, but you're just seeing how many teams can contest on this level right now. And Iconic, I'm very, very impressed with their Haven so far.
No, they've definitely been a strong Haven. Oh, that was a nice shot. I was going to say they've been strong at maneuvering around a couple of lucky rounds as well with some individual prowess. And, you know, again, that was something I touched upon in the pre-game, right? Individuals, when they pop off, they can go really far.
It's more than that, though. Like, the overall structure is not too bad for Iconic. The rotations are good. The attacking side, it wasn't overly reliant on the individual fragging. They had a lot of these setup rounds relying on these double initiator comps to set them up, to take that B control, to look for those picks. So there's definitely an overall structure to this gameplay. 5 ults for Bonkers on this attacking side. You've got to have a set play where the combination of these ults can find you some success. But here's what I'm talking about. That was the set play, but it doesn't even matter when you're losing 2-3 picks in 5 seconds into the round.
Yeah, that's real cheeky. A collateral followed up by a teammate finding another kill. Yes, Study Boy has been taken down very low, but at this point in time, it's already the 5 versus 2. You were mentioning the 5 ultimates. The Jet Blades were popped. They were immediately gone.
Yeah.
The Cosmic Divide's also now gone, so
I mean,
it's just rough.
Those are the set plays that you often see when you've got an ult-heavy comp where you have these big impact ults. Honestly, I've seen, you know, that halfway Cosmic into the B site so many times, but the train doesn't even get out of the station, you know? Stopped early on. Just this disruptive, aggressive playstyle on the defensive side, and that's how you want to play on Haven.
And now it's going to be the split peeks out as well from Tix and RD, but Tix gets taken. That's the spike being dropped. That's some information. They're looking the wrong way at the moment. The turret to draw in some eyes, but Panic will get that one. And just like that, Iconic find themselves on map point.
Yeah, and look, this game just has not looked close. It has to be said. Iconic, they have been on another level individually, and I'd say just as structured as Bonkers have looked in some of their previous games. They are playing on like a team above the class of a Bonkers, and it's super impressive.
Well, throw all your eggs in the basket potentially in this one. A lockdown, Rolling Thunder, some Seekers over towards A again for Bonkers.
Yeah, again, it's this A control. The Bonkers is reliably used to secure them a lot of rounds, but they haven't checked the close angle. Not worried about the push down A long, and they've been punished for it, Dion.
Yeah, no Seekers for some information. Now you've got Duddy Boy here. You've also got Punda, but he gets taken down. Likewise of Duddy. So, okay, a couple of clean headshots to come through from Bonkers.
Ooh,
and a lockdown.
Yeah, lockdown and
permit them into A.
They can definitely clear out the whole site. Create a lot of space for themselves. They're going to go off the back of it. They got the Rolling Thunder as well. Cosmic's there for Panic, and he's going to pop it straight away.
Oh, this is going to be really cool if they can get this retake happening. A player disadvantage, as you mentioned, the Cosmic, and an opportunity, but RDW finds Panic. Now it's all on to Mike. 1 versus 3 coming in from different angles. You already see that the utility's being lined up, but a bit of an out peek, and Nice Hacks will be finding Mike. So Bonkers, they're still holding on.
Yeah, I think just this overconfidence in the mid-round, that really should have been around for Iconic every day of the week, but just trying to close out the game a little bit too fast. Just free peeking in the mid-round. I think they had numbers as well on Iconic after that initial exchange over towards A with Swell. And this gives Bonkers a much better chance at a round like this. They now have a much better buy than you saw in the previous. They were down to a couple of Spectres, Guardians, and things like that. At least now they've got full guns across the board. Iconic, 5 map points here to close. Already the Seeker's being popped, and it's looking like a very quick C-split.
Yeah, straight through towards Garage, and when you've got no trap wires there for some info, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Iconic already starting off the show with a couple of kills, and now they're looking to put the curtain down on Haven. Rolling Thunder starts to come in as well from the opposite side. However, it is going to be Scroll to find Panic, so no more smokes available. Still the advantage coming in for Iconic, and it's Duddy Boy just doing Duddy Boy things at this point, Pilski.
He was just so on point. I would say all game long. I think that's a bit of an understatement. He's been on point all tournament long so far in the VOT. Yeah. Been an absolute delight to watch him, and the whole Iconic team across the board. That was a hell of a game of Haven that they just played, especially against a team like Bonkers. You talk about initial map. You talk about them now playing with their full lineup. I'm assuming with Punter coming in. He was up there near the top of the board as well. There's just no weak link across that whole team. Yeah. Very, very difficult to contend with. And even on a map where just the other week, Bonkers looked super, super solid against Orderon, they've been completely shut down. That was not a close game.
Yeah, the amount of multi-frags that Duddy Boy was able to come out with there. 353 average combat score in the end with 26 kills certainly leads in the charge for the team. On that Doors roll as well certainly does help. But of course, we're going to see if they can carry that over into the next map that is going to be around the corner as we do look to head to a break. So don't go anywhere, guys. Well, thank you for being patient and welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour Stage 1 playoffs, day number 2. There's a little bit of a mouthful, but what is not is who got the victory in the previous one. Iconic coming out with a couple of interesting rounds of Valorant, but in the end, they got the win, Pilski, over on Haven.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it helps when your Jet is in some excellent form. I mean, that's a dominant trend that we saw for most teams last year, outside of maybe Order, who is a bit more well-rounded, doesn't always rely on that Jet performance, but it wasn't just a one-man show out of Iconic. I would say structure across the board looked pretty good. You know, they weren't doing anything super complicated, just relying on the basics and the fundamentals of that double initiator style to be able to set up a lot of the rounds and put them in the strong positionings. And then obviously, Duddy, I don't know how many first kills he had, but he had what I think he said, like a 350 ACS performance.
Yep.
Definitely helps out, and then the rest of the boys just helping him out. A couple of nice impact plays from the individuals there as well. So, look, heading on to Bind, that's the one where you've seen Iconic already play it a fair bit with different iterations of their lineup. It should be a map that they've had a couple of reps on and should be somewhat in their comfort zone, but the win rate isn't super up there. They did take 10 rounds off Crimus, so maybe there's some promise there. As for Bonkers, this is a map that they should be relatively comfortable on as well. It's obviously their pick.
Yeah, they were able to take 12 rounds off of Order on it in a bit of overtime, 14-12. I think the most interesting thing for me about Bonkers on this map, if they continue to go with it, is the adoption of the Chamber and the Neon in toward this one as well. You know, it was kind of the first team that I've seen really adopted in toward it. And that's minimized for you, though. Like, I toss it back to last year. He's really just on the money and trying to adopt new things. So I really do wonder if it is going to get them across the board here.
Yeah, for sure. You're already seeing overseas. I've been watching a fair bit of the VCT NA. That Chamber's already a bit of a fan favorite over there. Getting little bits of Neon mixed in. I wouldn't say it's definitely got as much play as the Chamber, which we've seen a little bit play here in Oath, but it's good to see people changing up the comps on certain maps. You even seen Chamber get a little bit of play on Icebox, and that's one of the more inflexible comps. It's always just the same 4+1, which, look, it does happen to be the Chamber most of the time, so it's not like the biggest change up, that fifth flex slot coming in there. But here on Bind, like you said, 2 of the newer agents being mixed in already for Bonkers, and we're already seeing it have some reasonable success.
Yeah, well, we'll head over onto the agent selection and see if it is going to come forward yet again, or if Bonkers are going to just throw a little bit of a change up into the mix and see if something different's going to work. But nope, it's looking to still be the same.
Well, at least for Iconic, looking at their comp, there will be one small change up, which will be if Panic actually commits into the Astra here. Previously, they were using for their smoke roll the Brimstone, which this is one of the only maps where you see Brimstone get a little bit of play. As for Bonkers, I think they're rocking in with the same comp that we were talking about before. It's this nice mix. You've got the Neon as well as the Chamber, but you're still utilizing the strengths of the core 3 of the agents, which also see a lot of play on that map. It's the double initiator of the Sky Sova, and then of course the Astra, or in some cases the Brimstone if you want to play that as well. Like I said, this is one of the only maps where he's reasonably viable on. The 3 smokes doing good enough for a lot of these site executes, but obviously in comparison to the Astra, you do have that limitation of the range, as well as just the fact that you're limited in terms of number of smokes you can do. Can't do as many fakes and things like that, which makes the use of the teleporters a little bit less, viable and things like that, going for these last second fakes and last second rotations. But the kill potential of that ult is always pretty nice.
Yeah, and just looking at the Iconic lineup as well right now, I really love, at a sort of a high strategic level, the capabilities of what you can do with the gravity well, specifically from Panic. You got those paint shells, you've got those snake spices, and you got the slow orbs as well. There's just a lot of stopping power to come through, so I want to see if they utilize that.
Yeah, oh my god, already you're going to kick things off with a 3-man push in towards middle.
Here we go. Well, the frags are happening left, right, and center. The Wolf is going to miss its mark, but at that point in time, it's the 2-2 trade at the end. A little bit unfortunate if you do think that Minimize is the one to get tagged there. He can't heal himself, unfortunately, on a Sky.
Yeah, Duddy's done pretty well on this map on the stage in previous series, and he's already started things off well, similar to his Jet performance. He's able to control this part of the map for the time being, but he's being isolated. It's a 3v1 on this B site. He's aided by the wall from Mike, but he's chosen his duel correctly. A little bit messy on the spray through, but he's able to still win it.
Yeah, gets the heal off as well, so still kicking, still getting another frag right now, looking for the fourth. What's not going to happen? Scroll in the 1 versus 3, a tap onto the spike, get some info on where Punda is sitting in toward Hookah, but no idea where Mike is. Now he knows where the snake spike coming on through from CT, but how do you play around this position? You still got that wall technically available to throw a bit of a spanner in the mix if Mike wanted to, but just playing patient. Waiting for the spike to go down, potentially.
Yeah, the dart could definitely make all the difference. He's just being harassed from both CT and Hookah. He taps it on backside. It's the good old shoulder peek. Just right-click the classic and then duck back into cover. And look, if all your bullets connect, then yeah, I guess you win. Congratulations. Just one right-click for maximum profit.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes that's how it works. But hey, bit of RNG thrown into mix to where they go. We'll have to give them that. I'm seeing a judge for Punda, Pilski.
Yeah.
Already starting it off with the dirty gun.
Yeah, that's what he does. At least last year, he was definitely keen on the judge last year, and not too bad to farm up some of these anti-eco frags if you're going to be utilizing it. You can also try to get this bathrooms control, and the combination of those two things means more rockets, and more rockets means a lot of the time you're getting some of those opening picks on the defense. You're using it to zone and sort of shut down a lot of these offensive plays. So definitely can't complain about that.
Yeah, Minimize is already down quite low right now. Hasn't even spotted out an opponent just yet. But IDW sleuthed the gap in towards A. That's a gun retrievable. No, Mike only had a ghost in the beginning of this round. So actually, that's nothing.
Yeah, it's another big talking point of not investing in the anti-eco. Punda, speaking of farming up eco frags, that is easy as you'd like with the judge. A nice 3k. That's going to put him very close to his rocket early on. Nice axe, almost another timing, but it's really been IDW, and we saw him against Order as well. Have some really nice timings on the lurk through, shoot a lot of people in the side and the back of the head, and hey, just go for the knife. Why not? Early on, getting in the heads of Iconic.
I think at this point in time, it's just damage. The save call was here for Bonkers, of course, with the guns coming into the one. Panic saying that's not very nice. I mean, I'll agree with Panic on that one. Knifing someone in the back is always a little bit of it's an unfortunate occurrence, but hey, it's money. It's a statement. It's, as you say, getting in the mind of your opponents. And for right now, that's what IDW is trying to do with the Headhunter. Get some more damage.
Yeah. I mean, a 3k in a round like that, the impact is super, super huge, honestly. It's just going to mess with the other team's economy. It's going to allow them to potentially they have to kind of make this decision. Are they going to force into the next round and sort of buy up across the board? A lot of teams just take the path of least resistance. They're going to go for this bonus where they buy down to 2k. They go for a couple of pistols. Exactly what you're seeing from Iconic. And these kind of rounds, they really set you up as Bonkers to be able to win yourself an easier anti-bonus. And if you're able to win it with 4 or 5 players surviving, you can really set yourselves up to contest these gun rounds early on. Speaking of early on contests, it's exactly what you're seeing in middle. Time and time again, Iconic wants to take this duel towards Hookah's side, and it seems like Bonkers has got a reasonable read on that.
Yeah, no commit to the fight, which means no shenanigans like the pistol round. A couple of early players losing their lives, and it's a coin flip at that point, and potentially who's going to win out the round.
Yeah, you can see Bonkers very reserved on their first gun round. Partially, I would imagine, because they know that Iconic's the kind of team that wants to be a little bit more aggressive. But like I was saying before, changing up their playstyle because they know just how much damage they did to their opponent's economy. They're expecting a couple more pistols, and as a result, they're taking this like a bit more of an anti-eco round. Now, towards the 50-second, 1-minute mark, they're starting to group up. They find the opening pick towards Baths.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be dirty from Punda again with the judge, but can he get more than one? We've seen a 3k now. It's shut down only after the first. So the player advantage still for Bonkers. Already getting this rotation starting to happen as well. You do see that Panic is playing from up in heaven of A, but he's not going to be able to deny the spike from going down. So we turn it into a bit of post plant and see what damage, well, Panic can do with the ghosts. Then you got Duddy Boy with the Vandal, so maybe he takes that into the next round as well.
He's looking for damage, creeping up short A. You got the 2-man flank in, which can be read very well by Bonkers as a result of the chamber utility. They're just holding on to U-Haul and CT side for the time being.
Oh, he's giving it a ripe old go to see what he can clear on through. Panic gets taken down. Duddy Boy as well in what looks like to be a collateral from Nice Axe, but it's not. And then RDW for the last as well. So Bonkers, they get around on the board here, Pilski, but I mean, as you said, the damage earlier on definitely assisted with it.
This is another upside of the Neon, is you're seeing nice hacks into a round like this. He can really rely on the ult. Doesn't have to be dropped across a weapon if they don't want to, but same thing can be said for RDW. So, look, they're not going to rely 100% on those ults to stabilize the economy. It's only like a half measure. Obviously, RDW has their Headhunter as a backup if he doesn't manage to connect with that ult.
Let's play.
Tour de Force getting popped straight away. He's going to use that to lock down mid, and you can see, yet again, Bonkers, it wasn't just the anti-eco approach. It is just a case of they're aware of how aggressive Iconic have been. They're taking a lot more time to work the map. Going to utilize this to just clear out the Sage Wall, maybe take some Bars control and punish any early aggression, and then maybe shift in the mid-round towards the, minute, 50-second mark.
Well, Sage Wall gets Duddy Boy one step closer to the ultimate. Of course, one from that res now, after gathering the ulti orb.
Already got a 3-man setup over here towards Beat. Pundas over here. The Wolf through doesn't see anything towards Long, and this is going to give Iconic a false sense of security. Raze commits to the rotate over towards A. That means the Rocket is not going to be on the right side of the map. Going to have to utilize that for the retake. Double drone in through with the dog through Hookah and the drone through Long, and in comes this B play.
Yeah, nice hack straight through the fast lane. See if he can get in towards some damage in the round, but he's going to get taken out. That Swirl specifically, Punda as well. Good for one in the Rocket after he lost his life, but you would hope for more damage on the back of that one. A player advantage moving to the post plant. Duddy Boy already here, not spotting out any opponents. RDW manages to dispatch a panic, and now it's just the two to come through from Duddy, but a res potential. If they could try and get that one out over towards Elbow, it could be interesting. It's Panic to come back from the graveyard, but look at this. Scroll's already on the line, manages to take that one out. Bit of a wasted ult, and just like that, it's back down towards Duddy Boy to see what he can do. Manages to... Oh, no, he's with the shots on towards RD. Manages to get it in the end, but with only one bullet, the reload, the tap on toward the defuse to bait Scroll out. There's a dart. He knows exactly that he's off the defuse now, and it just comes down to mind games, to timings. Scroll, he should just be able to win this just like that.
Yeah, beautifully done. Duddy trying to escape with his life. I think he... Oh, I don't know if he got out of the range of the spike there. Very, very close. But damage has been done by the boys on Iconic. Regardless, they're going to have to take a bit of a save heading into that next round. Bonkers doing a fantastic job just being able to, like I said, break down that economy. It all snowballs off the back of the 3 kills from RDW early on when he's able to lurk out Bars. He gets that 3k on the eco round. Then you get a bit of a bonus out of Iconic, which is dealt with quite handedly, 3 players surviving. Now they win the gun round, and all of a sudden, all of these things coming together means that Bonkers is actually taking control of this half. This one could be dangerous, though. You get that one rifle in the hands of Duddy, Sheriffs and armor across the board. Oh. This is definitely not something that Bonkers can take for granted.
Yeah, a little bit of the mouse gone sideways, unfortunately, there it would seem, but you've already got a lot of this control out through the fountain.
This is the strength of the anti-eco, though. Just being able to have that dart early on. You heard the hawk through from Sky. The chamber utility is just allowing you to know what's clean and what's dirty right now as the push comes in through market side. Bonkers, they're setting up on short A.
Yeah, you got the overdrive that's been popped as well here from Nice Hack, so should definitely be able to farm up a couple of these anti-eco frags, but they have to figure out exactly where Iconic is starting to come and mount a potential retake from. They're all grouping up through that cave, so to split through bathrooms or short, capitalize upon numbers here potentially. RDW does have that rendezvous. I don't know if I see where the target is. Is it in the cubby? No, he's not going to be able to use it at all, so just has to hold the line true. The flash on out is going to be blinding him out, and now this is finally where the retake will start to happen for Iconic. Mike has the gun in his hand. Paint shells go on deep, but this time is starting to really tick away. A brilliant flash, and the chaotic is starting to ensure the chaos rather, but in the end, everyone kind of just watches their angle and they clean up the frags they need to.
Yeah, I think, look, it's unfortunately comes down to being a little bit too one-dimensional, trying to break that choke point from Iconic. You had a bit of a role reversal, similar to what you see on the attacking side. If you just get all 5 of the attackers all committing up short A, and the opponent, Astra, has the utility on point, unfortunately, you're running into a choke point where there's a one-way and a grab well. Pretty hard to break that hole. Bonkers just utilizing that utility to shut down the anti-eco. Now into another gun round, though. You do have the Cosmic online for Bonkers. Couple of ults for Iconic as well. Namely, you do get this Viper's Pit that we've been seeing it time and time again. The same one. A little bit of space in towards Long, as well as on Hookah side. Scroll just droning up. They're trying to utilize the bird as well as the grab well to limit the info. But Swirl, after trying to harass them with a little bit of utility, doesn't like his chances. He's going to dive back into the safety of the pit. Bonkers, I'm keen to see how they approach this. They're very keen on going towards the B side of the map and contesting this pit.
Well, they've already used the drone. They've got a recon dart available in 5 seconds, and they do have the wolf
Seekers
as well. So, and the Seekers, yep.
Yeah, so they're going to try and push him out of the pit with the Seekers and contest that way. See how it works for him.
Sending in the wolf, sending in the counter Seekers. A couple of jellies around everywhere, as well as the Hunter's Fury. So far, 2 bolts hitting nothing. The third one as well, just going to miss its mark. So the pit for now for Mike is still going to be alive and well.
Oh, it's not going well. 35 seconds, no map control. They haven't pushed the Viper out of the pit. They haven't got opening pick with all of those ults committed.
30 seconds left.
They've just gone on the rotate straight through bathroom side, but I don't know if they're going to have time to clear Punda.
No, that's a perfect wall as well. Swirl, yes, he's good for the frag on toward minimize with that TP. There's no time to get back towards A. You got a safety net with Punda being boosted up on toward that box as well. So it just really becomes difficult. Then you've also got panic on truck. It's just going to be tantalizing try and get this spike on down. You're just going to get denied like that. Dirty Boy good for 2 as well as good for another one. And, well, that's quick flawless.
It's a bit too one-dimensional out of Bonkers. They basically were 100% reliant on Seekers going in there, clearing that out, utilizing the combo of the ults, Seekers to find the positioning, the Hunter's Fury to find the pick. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get that pick, and after that didn't work for them, they really just didn't have a plan B. Ran all of the time off of the clock, didn't give them any kind of contingency plan as they were 5-manned over towards B. Didn't have a lurk towards bathroom, didn't have any control over the A side of the map. So that's just a big loss for them across the board. They lose a lot of economy. They utilize a lot of ults in that round. Again, grouping up towards B here, but it's going to be a little bit more contested with 3 players over here for Iconic.
Yeah, well, sending in the drone quite quickly. Might suggest they want to turn this heat up around the B site. There goes in the fast lane, but it's going to be Panic to shut down Nice Hacks before he can even really get in toward the site. And with that one frag and the wall with the Nebula, pretty much just denies entry.
Again, just great use of the utility here from Iconic. Contesting this before Bonkers can really get rolling and utilize that exactly how you'd want to play this double initiator style. Duels being taken through the utility, walking through Viper walls, walking through some of the Nebulas. But after all said and done, it's a 4-on-3. Really, it's down to Punda as well as Tix's positioning in a round like this, I think.
Yeah, well, Punda's pushed all the way through. You can see the trademark scroll he's expecting. He's looking the right way, but he gets his head taken off and the spike. So I don't even know if you overcommit yourself here and stay around where the spike is. So Punda's going to start to fall on back. It's going to go into the crosshairs of Tix. It's a lesser weapon, but he might be able to sneak him out with the sideline. He does.
30 seconds
30 seconds to get that spike. It's going to be brought over towards A, and you do have Mike laying in wait.
Yeah, 2 Nebulas being committed there on truck side to try to establish that plant. So Mike has the ability to shut this down, but not too much help until Duddy comes on this rotation in through CT. Is there even going to be enough time? 10 seconds. Those Nebulas have been going for a while. The push straight through from Tix. He knows the smokes are about to run out, and he's made all the difference in that round. Beautiful timing from him.
Spike planted.
You can see how close it was as well for RDW losing his life. A grab foul on the snake bite could have been quite detrimental for a round, but now it's just down to Panic for the 1 versus 2. And he's got a couple of individual angles that he might be able to find these one-on-one duels and find the round for Iconic, but you've got Tix looking the right way. The ponytail not spotted out just yet. The angle, the gun barrel, there's the first and the second. RDW trying to run away. That's not going to be allowed, unfortunately.
I mean, I was saying it last week. Panic is completely at home in the mid round and in the late round. You know, playing in the middle of the pack, coming in for these clutches, and yet again, he's been able to read it beautifully. You saw just a ridiculous clutch out of him last game on Haven with the Sheriff, and most impressive of all is that he's able to pull that clutch off with only one hand on his keyboard.
There's something special about it. Gets another round on the board. Couple of laughs in the comms, of course. But this round, Pilski, Bonkers economy. It's a fickle thing again.
Yep, stuck down on that half bite. It'll seem like they're going to pull something a little bit more up-tempo. Try to contest this aggression towards Hookah. Get the tour de force out of RDW. See if he can find the opening pick.
Oh, they're going to look to destroy the barrier wall up in Hookah, but there's no judge here to really get some big damage. So we'll see what Swirl can do with the Phantom, if anything.
Two-man crossfire between him and Panic is looking pretty juicy right now.
Oh, good little relay bolt in. Is going to concuss as well, so we'll see if he's going to be able to find it. The Wolf goes in and he's concussed, and he's gravity welled. Yep, there is no way you are escaping that one. Panic now has to try and hold down the fort of B, but the Tour de Force gets the trade. And there's player advantage for Bonkers now.
The spike is so far out of position, though. Punda's committed through the TP. Actually, Bonkers can go back towards the A side of the map. Punda gets traded out by RDW. He's able to rendezvous back toward Marker's side, pick up the spike, and now Scrawl and Tix have space to be able to take on this A side.
That's actually a really neat plan as well. You know, the idea for them not to commit over towards Hookah, to always go back towards A. As soon as the rendezvous comes through, you know the spike can start to make its merry way over.
I mean, this is what I was criticizing them about that round with the pit, is they just didn't give themselves contingency plan. But with in a 3-1-1, now they're given space over towards A.
Yeah, so we'll see if Scroll can get something out with the operator. You also, oh, rather the Marshal, disregard as the half by. You got the Guardian in there as well, but all these angles starting to be cleared out by Mike, by Duddy Boy. They know where RDW is. He's going to put his rendezvous down to see if he can utilize that a little bit later. But you look where the target location is. It's probably not a neat dash out. Duddy Boy starting to come on through. A tag out from Scroll. He could get the heal on towards himself. Mike has tapped on the defuse for the bait. Through the legs. Oh, you hate to see it for RD. Now the shock dart out. Duddy Boy gets the decapitation. And a round that you think, yeah, maybe it's plausible for Bonkers. Iconic, they hold true.
Like Iconic have won most of the clutches so far this series and is really making all the difference. Another one that really they had no business winning. It was only the half buy out of Bonkers, but I'd agree with you 100%. Definitely like the game plan. And in general, watching RDW play this chamber, his lurks have been allowed to give them some contingencies on attack side. Even though he is playing that operator, you know, he's kind of like holding angle simulator. Even on the half buys, he's able to have a little bit more freedom, just work around, try to find opening picks. Only 5-3 so far. Bonkers, if they can continue trading back and forth his attacking side rounds, they won't be doing too badly for themselves. B side orb has gone towards the favor of Iconic, and I think the bathroom's orb, so they are fighting all the orb control right now.
Oh, the Poison Cloud not acting really as a one-way, just a deterrent. Tiny little sliver, but I don't think RDW was spotted.
I mean, those are the best one-ways, man. Defeat one-ways. It's the most
favorable
sliver,
though.
Possible. Couldn't quite convert that one, RDW, but does apply pressure to the defense. You get the dog through bathroom. That is bathroom control for Bonkers. They still have Scroll over towards the B side of the map, and they are committing stars over there, so try to limit the info gathering from Iconic, and that is a nice little flash play. Almost gets rid of RDW early on, but now here's the shift over towards the B side.
Well, Score hadn't used any of his utility just yet, so the owl drone in first, coupled with a dart a little bit later on. Duddy Boy with an operator on the Sage is always an interesting thing.
Has he committed his wall yet?
30 seconds left.
Not even sure. Yeah, he has somewhere. Oh, look at this Cosmic across the site, though.
Oh, it's 20 seconds to go, though, Pilsky. Again, rather. So it's going to be real difficult. Now you've just seen exactly where the chamber is. I don't think they spotted the spike just yet in the hands of Tix. So 15 seconds. Try and get a plant now. It's all on toward Nice Hacks to really try and just deter them from getting on through. Swirl is waiting with the guiding light to try and deny it. You got the rocket to be sent in as well. There's the denial of the plant, and that's just the round there and then.
It's just a beautiful combination of utility there. The bird through. You get the rocket over the top with only 10 seconds on the clock. Bonkers just timing themselves out of that round. They had all of the win conditions. They had all of the forward positioning, but they just couldn't agree on a game plan. Too hesitant, running too much time down on the clock. And you can see it a little bit in the player cams from Minimize. Frustration there. Need to be able to just be able to put the pieces together a little bit better as they head towards that mid to late round. See what they can come up with. They're definitely keeping themselves competitive in this game. It's only the attacking side of Bind. So there is still legs in this half. If they can keep it competitive and try to make a bit of a resurgence in towards the second half, then it's still anyone's game.
Find it a little bit funny that Nice Axe is wearing his Legacy jersey when he's playing against, you know, the old core of Legacy, his old teammates.
Free advertisement, really.
Oh, yeah. Panic.
He's a thinking man.
Fix on Panic.
He's got some very deep thoughts going on in that head of his.
Yeah, well, Bonkers need the thoughts right now. They're the ones that called the timeout, try and get things in order again.
Yeah. We'll see what they're going to commit into here. It's one of these half bars. Scroll on the rifle. RDW. Ooh. Light armor and vandal. Okay.
Are they forced? Yeah, it looks like
they're buying
force.
in. Yeah. So they are committing in towards the buy. Wouldn't mind Nice Axe throwing that rifle over and then committing into the ult with just a sheriff, but
yeah,
these are the minor details. Initial boom bot does get contested. You get the drone in, Duddy on the line, and that is beautiful from Nice Axe peeking in behind the wall.
And now they're going to be sending themselves in. You got the fast lane, maybe some relay bolts. Nice Hacks is just getting a really quick clothesline off on Punda. And this is the round that you don't want to see Bonkers be dropping. They do at least figure out where RD is. Mike good for one. The guiding light out. The flash, here's that relay bolt. It's going to hit Swirl again. Can't seem to dodge them at the moment. More information starting to be gathered out by Iconic. But this retake is where they really need to make the mark and really try to solidify this half if they can get it done. Make things more difficult for Bonkers. But a beautiful shot out from RDW. Footsteps heard out from where Mike is. He does manage to find the frag on towards RD, but Tix has waited patiently to try and get the trade, as it says no. Things getting awkward again in the 2 versus 2, but the time is a real big factor for Bonkers. You've got some shock darts, you've got the recon dart as well available for Scroll. Now he finds the frag onto Mike, and it's all down to Swirl. How do you play around the spike on this one? You do get the frag on a Nice Axe, but you can't really get the defuse. There's the shocky. That's just going to deny you. Gets the frag, but and the round is Bonkers.
The mechanical aim is always a wonder to behold, but exactly right. Bonkers, they get it across the line. Invested quite a lot into that round and didn't come away with any players surviving. So again, this has been so taxing on their economy. Only 2 rounds of play left in this half, and whoever drops this round will be broke. So this is a big impact round. You're effectively playing for 2.
I'm out of here.
So who's going to take it away? It's Iconic. Really shifting up their setup round to round all the time, just mixing up who's playing where and in what fashion. Not using that Viper's wall just across the 2 choke points. Going to rely on the pit and the wall that's deep across the middle of the map. Meanwhile, again, Bonkers heavy over towards this B side of the map, but again, it's a 3-1-1, so they're keeping their options open. They're able to farm that orb onto Scroll, so he's one off his Hunter's Fury.
The big thing is that they couldn't clear out the pit last time. They left it way too late, so if they did want to go for it, it would have had to be early, and they didn't really even try to go into the pit there.
They're being contested by the pit on one side of the map, and then they push on the other side of the map. The mid-round push, 105, is not where you're expecting your opponents to go aggressive, and it's just the perfect timing. This is exactly the period of the round where so many teams start to shift into what they're doing mid to late round.
You got that res, you got the Seekers available for Iconic as well, so a couple of exits for themselves. The ping off the dart, Panic does get revealed, but this is where the time for Bonkers to try and get the spike initiated is here. Punda gets the frag onto RDW. Nice Axe to minimize the fall, and just like that, it's a very clean round to come through from Iconic. And as you mentioned, the money for Bonkers, well, in terms of money, they're not got much money.
Yeah, their economy's totally broken. That's just such a big round to pick up for Iconic. Gonna put them in the driver's seat here, likely going up 8-4 unless they're gonna be making some kind of crazy misplay, because the buy is just really non-existent out of Bonkers. Pistol armor, you got a Sheriff on Scroll. Look, the 2 ults could make things interesting, but Iconic, they're able to just leverage this rifle advantage. They've even got the res as well to keep up numbers. Then they should be coming away with this one. So we're gonna come down to this bathrooms contest though.
That's nice and early. The overdrive to be sent in. A little bit of the dash, but it doesn't really work out for Nice Axe. At least his teammate is there for the trade. A beautiful shot out from RDW. And you talk about potentially winning eco rounds, winning rounds with lesser guns and your opponent's faltering. Well, maybe this is going to be one of the ones. The resurrection is not going to be utilized because of where the teammates are for Iconic. But as the spike goes down, we'll have to wait and see how they do plan for the retake.
It's just these aggressive positionings up against the half buys that always get you into a bit of trouble. In comes the Hunter's Fury from Scroll. Isn't going to ping anybody.
Oh, that was really early. They're going to try and go for the res, minimize with a flash available to pop through and see if he can get a couple of kills here. There's one, make it 2, make it 3. A great little spray transfer to come through from minimize on the sky. And just like that, there's the half. 7-5 in favor of Iconic.
Yeah, some of these rounds where you're not relying on those stable, safe crossfires coming in. You know, I'd really like to see... You even saw it from Iconic earlier on where they're utilizing like the Heaven holds even in that previous round up against the rifle round. But then up against the half buy, when you know your opponents are low on money, they're going to be utilizing these shorter range weapons. You're trying to force the bathroom's control. Just doesn't work out. Gives the opponents some advanced positioning. Again, RDW shown his prowess there on the chamber, where he's been able to creep up short A and find impact, find that key kill in the round. Another close half, another 7-5 half in this series. See how Iconic goes on their attacking side now.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, a little bit of early interference over at Showers. This is where I think I get really glued toward the sort of Viper utility in combination with the Astra as well. You know, when you got those smokes going down, you can offset them with the Viper toxin wall going up as well. It's
Yeah.
cool little micro things.
Yeah, look, not really the biggest fan myself of how that all kinds of plays out at the highest level. I think we're almost like semi-blessed because I feel like people aren't as good as some teams internationally in this region with their utility, so we don't see it just decide rounds as often. But yeah, it's definitely something that can be pretty oppressive if comboed correctly.
Yeah, well, Tix has a lot of work to do here. He's getting a little bit pressured out. The Boombot misses him, but the Flash does get him. So he's going to be playing on the side of Trigger Discipline here. With RDW finding one with the Frenzy, he's going to rely on Tix to find some more than one, but it's not going to happen. And now the side is opened up, and Scroll good for only one as well. The Trey's really being significant in this round, and now it's on to Niceax to see what he can do. The dash from through, if he finds this kill, he might have been able to get the round happening, but Mike will shut that one down.
Yeah, sometimes the RNG spread on the Ghost is not what you desire it to be. Got to take that half second just to allow the spread to reset. Unfortunate. That's another pistol going towards Iconic. So what is it? I think Bonkers won the pistol this round in the opening round of this game, right? So
Iconic won it.
Did they?
Iconic's won both. Yep.
So is it 4 from 4? Is that what we're saying? It's 4 from 4 across 2 maps, right?
Yes, it is 4 from 4, but the second half of the first map, they lost the second round.
There you go, you got a great memory. Oh,
ooh!
I remember the RDW one tap, so I've got a great memory too. Punda definitely doesn't have a great memory because he doesn't have a head anymore.
Brain splattered and goo on that one, and some early shock darts as well. So early investments of a lot of utility here.
See, Iconic. Very hesitant to continue contesting short A. Just shouldering out the angles. They're like, he's gonna run out of bullets eventually.
He's got 2 in the chamber, then eventually 1 in the chamber.
Trying to complete this 4-on-5 with the bathroom's control. Do push again. RDW off the line. He takes a different angle. As the dog comes in. It's a 2-2 split on towards this A side.
This timing though from Niceax in toward the Nebula, sees the toes of Mike and tickles him in the end. Now you're calling on the Classics to do some sort of damage, but as the plant starts to get initiated, the flank to come in from Panic, if you can even call it that, he gets in towards his Astral form at the wrong time, and now the shots do start to come on through. They're making it look a little bit awkward, however, caught in a reload is Swirl, and now it's just onto Duddy, and with a Stinger, you're gonna maybe rely upon the Ghost in this situation. The flank is also starting to come on through by Minimize. The dink is there, but it's the free gun, the classic right click to close it out.
Those Bonkers winning a round they had absolutely no business winning yet again off the back of some great shooting from RDW to kick things off. And hopefully that's going to give them a little bit more momentum to keep this half more competitive than what we saw in the last game. I think they won another round like that in that last game. One of the half buys or the ecos or something like that.
It's the second half has started off the exact same way, pistol to Iconic, and then it flips over.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see if the same thing happens from the last game where Iconic's able to win that crazy half buy. They've also got some sharpshooters on the Sheriffs.
Yeah, we'll see if Panic can do Panic things again and just get a ridiculous Sheriff round out. Of course, you're not going to be expecting an Operator coming into round number 3.
Creeping all the way up into U-Haul. Danger territory, Dion.
Yeah, this is the time for Nice Hacks to farm up, though, and he's shouldered it out. The relay bolt just to make sure that they can't shoot back, but Dirty Boy is going to absolutely deny that. But they have tried to contain them in U-Haul. I'm surprised that there's no kills to come out from this.
Yeah, it's getting awkward. The Sage Wall across does provide the safety for Swirl to be able to put this down. Bonkers still taking their time. They've got gun advantage, but not man advantage.
Ooh, but Dink out as well. The operator revealed. Now it's the time for Scroll to get a couple of kills situated. The player advantage is back in the favor of Bonkers, but some damage is already done. The grab well to try to pull him in. I think he still gets vulnerable on the back of that, but a good use of the snake bite means that time is being bought to try and get them to bail out and, as you say, win this little round that they should never be winning. But in toward the smoke, Dirty Boy goes. He gets taken out. Swirl good for a trade, maybe some more, but dancing around the nebula, it's gonna not happen. A great shot out from Mike, but he doesn't know if Artie is on the defuse. It's the 1 versus 1, and Mike will find it. So the Thrifty is there for Iconic, and it's happened again.
Yep. Just trading the half buys. What an absolute mess of a game. And Bonkers now back on the back foot. Money completely broken. I'd imagine mentality going to be reasonably broken as well, and you're going to get the pause out of them. Just being battered and bruised by the pistols all series long. Let's see if they've got what it takes to recover. This is their map pick. They should have a pretty deep playbook on this attacking side of buy, and they're playing a unique comp that they put a fair bit of effort into. Want to see them recover here up against these boys on Iconic, because they're giving them a lot of problems this series.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where we know Minimize is a very strategic, heavy, and inclined player. So how do you really play strategy against rounds like that? You kind of can't. Throw the strat book out the window. To a degree.
Yeah, I'd be relying on the util and the safe setups, but, you know, doesn't always guarantee you that some of the times you're going to get a bit of magic out of the other teams. And we just got so much talent in this region. Like, the individual skill on some of these players is pretty absurd.
Let's see now.
So sometimes you just got to go, especially in Valorant, where you get these big impact ults and things like that. They could just change the course of a round. Sometimes you just got to go, okay, we lost that one. Quick TP play out of Bonkers. Something cute. You get the dart from the backside of the A site and the 2-man play to try to get some control over towards A. They've got that control now, but in comes the B site here. RDW already darting back in towards spawn side, trying to play from elbow, and Tix all alone in the site, needs to try to stay alive.
Yeah, he has to try and dance around the site right now, but it's going to be Punter to find one. Tix at least there to get something happening for the other side, but this is just going to be Christmas lights in the kill feed. Let's see who's actually going to be able to win it. The player advantage for Iconic with the plant down, but a quick flank out from Minimize. He was here before with that TP, but can he get anything? The answer is going to be no. A Hunter's Fury, you know, is not going to be invested in a round such as this from Scroll, unless he gets a tag out from the drone. It'd be really interesting if he did go for it, but the priority is going to shift now to get RDW, that operator, in toward the next round as well. And one little note is now that he's dead, he retreated toward elbow because he didn't have his rendezvous earlier in the round.
Yeah. Didn't see how those opening sort of portions of the round did go for him, but obviously on the chamber, similar to the Jet, you know, obviously not as mobile, but you can rely on that rendezvous to be able to pick yourself up a pick early on. Haven't seen RDW, as opposed to the attacking side, pick up many of those opening frags on the defense with the operator. He's going to be given another crack at it now with the tour de force, so we'll see if he's able to pull us out an opening pick. But for the most part, this is all going the way of Iconic. A lot of players surviving in the previous round. They've got very stable economy across the board, 3.5k. Here comes the dog. Spot out RDW on the line to flash in as well. This is just really good util usage. You even get the star with the gravity well committed in there. So no opportunity at that short A pick being taken from Bonkers.
I think they heard Tix drop down from Hookah as well, so that's why the paint shells are here and the commitment to stay around. But Tix is going to be able to punish down Punda through the wall. There's the Hunter's Fury starting to come out from Scroll. He needs to make sure he doesn't hit Tix because he will eliminate his teammate. In the end, it's just going to be the 1-to-1 trade.
Drone back in. Trying to get Bonkers a little bit of space to allow them to flood back into the site, but it's not even going to be needed. Iconic did not step into B just yet. Tick still playing from that cubby position. RDW over towards elbow side. Could be taken out of the equation if the Sage Wall is able to be picked up, but he's actually going on the aggressive. He hears the orb getting tickled, and he's been able to find that nice timing. Gives Bonkers that man advantage. That's a big play.
Yeah, the other way that goes is the resurrection to come through. Maybe not, seeing as where it is in hookah. Some shock darts laid through, but it would have just been massively impactful in the round. Now RDW is really starting to make work of this tour de force. And the player advantage for Bonkers. Swell might have been able to slip the net here. There goes RDW. Look how low Tix is in this smoke as well, but it's going to be nice hacks to find that one. And Tix might be able to just find Mike on the plant. He's looking the wrong way. He's not out in the pit, though. And, well, he's good for one there, Pilsky. But in the end, all that matters is the fact that Bonkers got that round.
I mean, I was talking about RDW not finding enough impact in the early to mid round. That round's completely different story. Even after he's just getting pushed and pulled around by the utility, it was pretty good utility usage out of Iconic to be able to minimize the risk. He's still able to just change up his positioning, rotate around the map, go for a push on that tour de force in the mid round, and it's definitely been reaping the rewards of that for Bonkers. They barely scrape a round win together there, which is going to take, again, a massive toll on their economy. Nice hacks relying on that Neon ult to be able to keep him competitive in terms of the firepower in this round. As you often see with the initiator style, taking Bathroom's control off the back of the dog, but this push on the flank is a lot of info for Tix. It's going to allow Bonkers to actually force tack this A side.
Yeah, now Swirl's going to be picking up the Seekers as well. You got to remember that Overdrive ultimate from Neon has a timer associated to it, so with no frag, that's going to lose its length, and you're only with the Sheriff there for nice hacks.
So, only with the Sheriff, you know, just the gun that's just been abused all night long. That was a very sad school of jellyfish, all going down in a couple of seconds. Tix now going to be tested over here. He hears the footsteps. He hears the spike getting dropped. Only goes 1 for 1, and this means that Bonkers are behind the 8 ball on the rotations, and you also get the res coming in, giving them the man advantage.
I'll snakebite in, see if he can get some early damage, but they're taking the fight in it. That's a little bit risky. Scroll still manages to find one, however, and with that TP, things are going to go back over towards the A side. So a bit of ping-pong in this round. Footsteps have minimized. He is just going to escape. But look at this from Artie. Yeah. He's in the prime position to be able to find something here. He can't get out of dodge with the rendezvous. That's in U-Haul, but no one's even looking for him now. This is going to be big. I live. Duddy Boy has read straight into that, and again, we're going through the TP. How many is that in this round?
I think it's 3, but Punda, being that contingency player, creeping out on towards the B side as they contest A, and this is just a beautiful use of the TPs from Iconic. It's exactly what you want to be seeing on Blind. Leaving those lurkers behind.
She pulls through this wall. Would have been risky, but there's surely no way that Bonkers can get back into water retake here. Punda on the offline. That wall deep enough that they can't even really enter into the site. They'd have to destroy it. Now it's nice hacks to lose his life, and following in pursuit is Scroll.
4K for Punda. Doesn't even utilize his showstopper, so still has that in the back pocket to find some impact in one of these closing couple of rounds of the game. Is going to give you a relative degree of assurance that you're going to be able to close this one out when you're sitting on the backside of that showstopper. It's one of these abilities where you're almost guaranteed an entry coming in. And Bonkers, how do you approach this one? Think it's got to be the half buy across the board. Try to keep yourselves competitive, chip down that economy a little bit, and just try to fight for OT in towards the gun round.
Kind of like there that the rendezvous couldn't be placed.
I mean, they were just trying to crunch mid and TP back in towards U-Haul side, I'm assuming. But off the back of hearing that, you can see Iconic that is going straight in towards A side. I think that dog would have surely seen Scroll.
Yeah, well, Scroll's going to be able to take care of Punda very rapidly so, and with the trademark getting a little bit of slowing action in, doesn't really matter. Iconic getting in front of it, that's a bit of a botched wall that doesn't block the whole way across, so things going very awkward in the early stages of this round for Iconic. Duddy Boy even locked himself in the cubby, but with my finding Scroll, again, more chaos in the round with the Sheriff from nice hacks. Plant is starting to go down now.
Yeah, still getting pestered by these pistols though. A 4-on-3 for Bonkers gives them the potential to be able to win around like that again. It's just a player with a pistol inside of a smoke abusing the classic right click.
player standing.
And now IDW to peek his head out with the headhunter. It's all going to be on to Panic with a 1 versus 4. We've seen him do it before with a Sheriff. 4 headshots in a massive fashion. Beautiful statement, but this time maybe it'll get the better of him, and indeed it will.
Bloody hell. How many is that? I feel like it's been like 7 or 8 Thrifties won in just these 2 maps. Like, I don't even know what to say at this point.
It's just Valorant things.
Valorant things? I don't know. I almost feel like this doesn't happen as much in some of the other series that I've been watching recently, but, you know.
Okay, maybe I'll correct my statement then. Just OS Valorant things.
Just OS things in general in every game.
Yeah.
It's a different angle for Artie. Again, this is the showstopper opener. The initiator's being utilized beautifully to create space. At least there's the trade back from Nice Hacks, but he's got so many players to deal with.
Yeah, there was another frag in the mix there as well. So with Nice Hacks losing his life, it's going to be the 2-player advantage over 2 Iconic. They've heard the TP, so they have a relative idea of where Minimize is going to be mounting his retake from, or an attempt at that, because it would mean 12 on the board for Iconic. Timing starting to fade away. Tick's clearing a couple of angles with Minimize as well, but the patience for Iconic right now is what they're relying upon. Bit of the wall to come through, and it's some unfortunate timing for Mike. A brilliant flash, but look who's hiding in the corner of the cubby. It's going to be Swirl, popping his head out for the kill, and now it is just down to Tix to see what he can do. Count on the timer, get the flash out. It's going to be blinding Tix here, and eventually they're going to make sure they go through. And Swirl, well, he gets his head taken off, but Panic is there for the trade. He'll see that round again, though. Too close to comfort.
Yeah, very winnable for Tix. I don't know if he would have had time there to be able to convert. I think really Iconic just playing to deny the half to make it completely untenable that Bonkers is able to pick up that round.
I should probably play some
Iconic now. Series points. They've played a hell of a series so far. Last game, feel like it was the Duddy Boys show with supporting cast. This game, a different story. It's all of the boys fragging up across the board. A very well-rounded approach to the scoreboard here for Iconic. Let's see if they're going to close here. An easier buy to contend with. A lot of these Bonkers players a little bit more broke. RDW, the main point of firepower here for Bonkers on that operator.
Yeah, you think about the round being won in the previous from Iconic. They've run the round, but they've potentially lost the war. At least in this one, they might have to bow down because of their weaponry, but it doesn't bother them at all. Partner finds Tix as the first opener. There's no smokes available for Bonkers now.
RDW.
Oh, wow.
Being given too many angles there from Iconic as they look to try to set up for this B plate. Initially a man disadvantage, now a man advantage, now an even scenario. Forget about what I'm talking about. Iconic turning things around on a dime.
Swell saying the nice chat. Oh, the nice chat, the nice shot. RDW saying TY in response, but on the back of that, misses the one, and then it flips its head for Panic.
It is nice chat. He's being a nice guy.
It's nice chat? Yeah, that's true. It works. There's an open A site now, and that is exactly where Icon are shifting their target towards. We know that the rotation is happening as well for Bonkers, but the player disadvantage, you got Nice Hacks with an operator to try and go in for a retake as well. Yeah, it's going to be difficult, that's for sure.
Undergoing zoom straight across the site does give a potential angle. Opening pick for Nice Hacks to abuse if he's going to check the corner.
Ooh, and he will indeed. There's a frag. Scroll gets one as well, so now it's only on to Mike. He's read his head, so they know exactly where he is. And with the Sheriff, it should actually be pretty good for Bonkers to get the frag and then the defuse. The Poison Cloud going through and the concussion of the Relay Bolt. So with the stick, that should be the round. And yeah, the safety of Scroll.
Yeah, and the defuse as well gives Nice Hacks his ult, so that's something that he can potentially find some impact with in the next round.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at that. Operator over to RD. Oh, no, he's got his tour de force, so he can hold it.
A double op setup, actually, which is, I mean, one of the big positive points of the chamber, and something that I've seen it being utilized a lot over there in V-City and A, is they're loving having that jet as well as the chamber combo. You know, it's a big thing, obviously, going back to CS, of being able to change up your defensive side if your money allows you to be able to pull out something like a double AWP. But, I mean, in this game, when you've got the tour de force, it doesn't even really cost you that much extra money to be able to change things up and just mix in a double AWP round to your regular string of gun rounds.
Once more, it's going to be a bit of aggression in hookah for Bonkers. They haven't really been met with any util, so... they can sit pretty around. Nice hacks on that operator. Lions take the fight, misses the shot.
actually killed the Hawk, so won't have to worry about the flash. Swell's going to be much happier to walk away with his life. This time ticks with the judge in hookah.
Oh, this is going to be dirty, isn't it? Punter's starting to shoulder it out. Knows it's the judge. You don't want to be peeking into that. You have to get some damage, some flashes out. The jellies are going to start to come through as well, but a good usage of utility. A little bit late, however. Minimize good for 2, Punter good for 1. The Hunter's Fury from Scroll maybe trying to secure this round. The Resurrection, though, Pilski, is still alive and frolicking. Duddy Boy could bring a teammate back.
That was a gorgeous adjustment from Scroll on the Hunter's Fury. That was a blast packing raise that he's able to actually deal with. That is not the wall you were looking for if you're Duddy Boy. I don't know where it's gone. Well, maybe that was, considering the spikes down in middle. They probably want to be getting up in towards hookah. So I'm honestly questioning the wall usage in general.
The bait and switch. You love to see it. If they get the res and the spike, that is the recovery. But with 20 seconds, the missed flash, they take down Minimize. Oh, this is heartbreaking for Bonkers. It's all on a Scroll. They could get the res. 10 seconds. They're going to get the wall first. That locks Scroll out.
He's going to try to creep through the Cosmic, but he's not going to be allowed to do so. Duddy Boy on point all night long. And of course, he's going to be the one to cover the correct angle to close out the series there for Iconic. A super impressive performance now that they've got their core 5 together and they're keeping themselves up in towards this upper bracket in the playoffs early on. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, and in the end, that's the 2-0 going towards Iconic, and I've just got the scoreboard up right now to see any interesting statistics. And I mean, Panic with a lot of opening first bloods in that one. You know, we got no 300 ACSs coming through. But I mean, Pilski, you look across the board, Iconic, they're kind of all performing in that fragging department. And you talk about their rotations, really looking great on that defensive side as well. They're looking pretty powerful there.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, those are 2 of the maps where you've already seen Bonkers be quite competitive with Order. They push it to all 24 in both of those maps. So to see Iconic, I would argue, take both of them quite convincingly. You know, obviously there were some shenanigans in terms of, you know, the half buys and those kind of weird things happening all series long. But Iconic looked the goods in that series. So I want to see them continue this run in the upper bracket. As is the case with a lot of these newer teams that have been put together, these newer formulations and mixes, it's really just a case of, you know, I already know they can play at that level. I already know that with the individuals on display on a lot of these rosters that they can hit a relatively high level of form. But the question is, are they going to stick together? Are they going to be able to bring this form consistently? And, you know, how are they going to look for the rest of the tournament, even into further stages later on?
Yeah, and I think one of the questions that I'm still kind of, you know, tossing over in my head right now is what is the final Iconic roster looking like at the moment? Because you got Punda being subbed in toward today. Swirl, I think, is still just the sub because you meant to have Clicker in front of that. So again, you know, if that is the case, they still don't have their complete roster. But I got to say, you know, with Punda coming into it, if he was the IGL today, it was a stronger Iconic to come through. So why not, you know, speak of Punda, get him in toward the interview. So let's see how he had the thoughts in here. Oh, it's actually Duddy Boy. There you go. So we got a bit of a change up. Duddy, how you going? Oh, we're getting there. Duddy, can you hear me? Oh. Well, it does look like we have a little bit of issues there from Duddy Boy, so we'll see what we can do with that in a little bit to come. But yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, in that one, it does mean that they continue on in the upper bracket, and we got the Bonkers in the lower bracket, which, if I'm remembering, that's probably going to destroy a lot of people's pick'ems.
Yeah, I didn't even know we were doing pick'ems. I probably would have thrown a few in there just so I can be wrong like everybody else. Because, look, let's be real. It's stage 1 playoffs. There are so many different iterations of teams, so many mixed teams and things like that. You can never predict which way it's going to go. So that's what stage 1 is all about for me. It's all about, you know, we're looking early on into 2022 here. We're trying to get a good feel for who's in good form, who are going to be the strong teams heading through the rest of the year. And Iconic already kind of stamping their name in there early on as being a team that can already play up against some of the better teams in the region, already has some really, really strong individuals. So I want to see how they continue through the rest of the bracket and through the further tournaments, like I said earlier.
Yeah, well, speaking about the rest of the bracket, we do have another game to get around the corner too. So we'll throw it to a little bit of a break. Go get a drink, do what you have to do, and then make sure you are back for the next one. It'll be about 10 minutes time, so yeah, not too long away. We'll see you around the corner.
The top 8 teams from each stage will actually get the chance to compete in the OCE Championship. The winner of the last chance qualifiers will actually receive a ticket directly to the champions. That's pretty big.
But he does get spotted, and that's going to be Sicko picking up another. Can he get the ace? He absolutely can.
Myth on the flank, he might be able to do something big. 1, 2, they're not turning around. There's 3, the Rockets to solidify it.
Already all of a sudden, there's actually a little bit of a, oh my god.
Order. We want to get to the international events and have a really good run, even win them, and bring a huge audience back to Oceania.
Mind Freak.
He gets a second as well, looking really good here.
Grimmer's Disciples.
We're expecting to come out of our group as the #1 seed.
Meow Meow.
1 versus 1 situation now. Gets the jet dash, hits the kill.
Clarity Esports.
Our strength is definitely our unpredictability.
Bonkers.
Just though, it's down to a 1 on 2.
Fun Crew.
And just like that, flawless to come through for Fun Crew.
Yeah.
Iconic.
Panic doing a lot of damage to Clutchy as well. 1 more bullet and he's going to be out of the game. Norson going to be the one to take people out of the game. It would seem Panic going to be able to take them all out. Oh my gosh, Panic.
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player you're potentially trying to come up with a second play.
No, oh my god! The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
So they do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. And shooting. Oh my word!
Good evening and welcome back to the Valorant Oceania Tour. We are halfway through the events this evening with our first match being done and dusted. We're just around the corner from getting into the next one. I will give us a refresher of who we are. I'm Komodo, this is Pilsky joining me tonight. And Pilsky, the first map, or the first series rather, may have been a little bit closer, but in the end, Iconic kind of walking away with it.
Yeah, it wasn't like a complete blowout or anything like that. There was definitely some signs of life out of Bonkers. They had a couple of good rounds there, but I think all in all, a very solid performance across the board out of Iconic, and it fills me with a whole lot of confidence as we head deeper in towards that playoff bracket. But do have our last opening game of the playoff bracket to get through, and then we're going to get a really good idea of who's going to have to fight for things a little bit more down in that lower bracket, and who's going to have a little bit less pressure, a little bit more time to keep themselves rolling along in that upper bracket.
Yeah, so Fun Crew and Crimus Disciples, of course, our next game as well. I'm going to be, I guess, interested if Crimus himself is going to be able to watch this game, being from the other side of the world, I do believe. It's probably like 5 a.m. or something over there, but you never know. I'm keen to sort of see how things are going to play out, because so far, Fun Crew have, been plagued by a couple of issues so far. But, why don't we have a little bit of a refresher on who we are actually going to be seeing today for these squads. So here we do have Fun Crew. It's Lou, Kyoto, Fweshus, Dragon, and Easy.
Yeah, so this is a team that has honestly underwhelmed me so far from this event, I would have to say. This is a team where you've got a couple of players who have been through from some very strong cores in towards last year, a couple of players who definitely had a lot of good results last year, and plenty of mix of talent as well as experience. This team has everything it needs already, in my opinion, to succeed, but we just haven't seen them hit any form at all, at least in the group stage. So let's see if now that they've headed through in towards the playoffs, where there's a little bit more to play for, they're going to hit a better run of form. And I think they've got a reasonably difficult opponent straight away.
Yeah, Crimus Disciples is certainly a team that has kind of turned a lot of people's heads throughout this one. So we'll go ahead and have a look at who they are. It's going to be Marsh, MyShoe, Cloxy, Myth, and Pockets.
Yeah, so these guys, they finished up the top of their group. They were very much performing the house down in towards that group. Most people would have tipped Mind Freak to finish up the top of the group, but I think these guys have really showed that the effort and the work that they put in towards the tail end of last year, as well as early on in this year, has really paid off, and they're one of the teams that's been contending for the top of the region. So very, very excited to see how they're going to come through, because this is going to be their first opportunity in the playoff stage of the VOT, when there is something to play for in terms of the prize money, in terms of the overseas opportunity. And there's going to be a little bit more pressure. Let's see if they're going to bring that same level of performance that we've seen so far from them in smaller tournaments and in the group stage as well.
Yeah, and in the group stage, speaking of that, Iconic was a team that they went up against, and they were able to best them in a 2-1 fashion. So again, as you mentioned, they were able to top out their bracket. But if things go their way, they technically will be facing them again in the next leg of this journey. But we'll go ahead and see our hand-picked head-to-head for this evening from both the sides. So from Fun Crew, it's Dragon, and from Crimis Disciples, it was Myth.
Yeah, so it's not a direct comparison head to head. I think very much I'm kind of going along the lines of the key players argument. I think Dragon is someone where it's like when I look at this Fun Crew roster, they have like a wealth of players who can supply firepower. They've obviously got already that player on the main jet role, whereas Dragon, he's someone that I think frags above his means in some of these kind of off roles in terms of like playing things like Viper and Sova, whereas he could definitely as well slot into a duelist role. So he's going to be someone that just brings your overall ceiling of firepower up a whole lot. Over on the other side, Myth, he is one of the really, really impressive players for Crimis Disciples. His sight holds and his impact plays are just second to none in terms of the tournament. And I really want to see, as we get into some of these bigger games, you're talking about games where you're potentially maybe getting eliminated from the tournament. You're talking about games where maybe even you're 1 or 2 maps away from qualifying from an overseas event. I want to see if he's still able to have these big impact 3Ks holding down sites and obviously those pushes in terms of making the right moves in the attacking side as well, coming through on the lurks and things like that.
Yep. I think one of the coolest things for me when I look at Myth as a player is just the history that we've already been able to see from him specifically in the leg of this game as well. We throw it back to Trident, to Villains, to Tyrant, all that sort of stuff. And he's just played, from Sova to Sky to Omen he's played nearly every agent in the game in some official capacity. I do miss Myth on the Sova. I do just have to put that out. But I mean, coming into the Astra and the Viper now, it is still pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. I really have been quite impressed with what I've seen. I haven't been able to see as much from him in terms of watching some of the smaller tournaments and must have missed some of the games where you did get to see a little bit more from them. But he's really only gone from strength to strength along with the rest of his team in terms of the form here in 2022. So now into the playoffs, let's see how they're going to go.
Yeah, well, before we even get further along in toward that one, we have to know which maps we are going to go toward in this one. Please don't be the same as the last series. I want to see something different. I want to see something new. Bind is gone, Split is gone. Icebox is here to start. I like that. Ascent is here as well. And then if we need it, we're going to be finishing up on Haven. So 2 new maps guaranteed at least, and maybe a third one, to close where we opened tonight.
Yeah, so you get Fun Crew in with the Icebox pick. They played it by far the most reps this year out of any map. They're up at 6, closest being Bind on 4, and then behind that, like 2 or 1 times on most of the other maps. So this is by far their most practiced maps. They haven't had an excellent strike rate on. They've lost their last 3 in a row to Iconic, Order, and Bonkers all in a row, which are all solid teams in their own regard. Crimis is pretty solid on this map as well, so I feel like this Icebox pick is not a guaranteed win up against this Crimis roster, but we'll see how Fun Crew can kind of angle on that one. As for Ascent, a lot more reps here for Crimis. I think most of them coming back to last year, but they don't really have a great win rate on it recently on Ascent either. They lost to Honey Badgers. They also lost to Iconic recently on this map. So both of these picks from the teams, at least in terms of the recent form, it's not looking super, super convincing from the map pick standpoint.
Yeah. Well, I want to throw it back to something that you mentioned earlier in the broadcast as well. When you're talking about the NA, VCT and stuff, we're seeing a lot more chamber starts to come in specifically on Icebox. That is, or should be, carrying over in toward the map pick here for these guys as well, which will be really cool. Once upon a time, it was kind of that Jet Reyna kind of frolicking about on this map. And I mean, chamber has certainly slipped in towards where that Reyna was.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about before. I think there's 2 different mindsets when you talk about the chamber coming into your lineup. Is it going to slot in as this pure sentinel role where you're replacing something like a Cypher or a Killjoy if you even play one on some of the maps? Or is it going to come into this flex role where sometimes you see secondary duelists like a Reyna or like a Raze? I think I've seen it in certain lineups slot into both of those roles, and you can kind of still see people experimenting with how to play the agent and get the most out of it in terms of how you want to play that kind of play style.
No, certainly so. It's like, a lot of people mentioning it. It's not really just a straight, Sentinel. It's kind of like a half duelist, pseudo duelist, whatever it is. I personally think KO is the best pseudo duelist, but that's a story for another time. Might even get KO a little bit later into this series from these guys, but it does look like we are just about ready to get in toward the server to start us off on Icebox as well. So in terms of sort of prediction realm, because we didn't get it on the first one, how are you kind of, on paper feeling this one's going to go?
Yeah, I don't think the maps particularly matter. I'm just feeling Crimis at the moment. Their form has just been so much better than Fun Crew. If Fun Crew is going to be even competitive in this series, I would say they're going to have to hit a level of form that they just did not hit in the group stage at all. And I know that looking at the names on paper here on this Fun Crew roster, they are more than capable of winning this series. But in terms of recent form, Crimis has looked like a much better team than Fun Crew. So look, we'll see what we're going to get out of this series. A win over Crimis from Fun Crew would be a big tick in my books in terms of looking at some of the stronger teams in this playoffs. But I think it would be a little bit out of left field.
Yeah, we'll have to, of course, wait for the maps to play themselves out, of course, as the agent selection is coming underway right now. I kind of do wonder, are we even going to get something that resembles a mirror match right now with the way that
No.
things are picking out? I mean, Dragon is probably not going to be picking on toward the chamber anyway, so we'll have to wait and see on that regard.
Well, we'll see.
There it is, the
Yeah,
Rainer.
you do get the brainer. So this is what I was talking about earlier when I'm talking about the chamber sneaking into Icebox pick. Again, Icebox, in terms of composition, is the most boring of all of the maps by far. You get the same core 4 agents, and then the 5th one is the flex, and that's where the point of difference between these two teams is. Of course, Fun Crew, you've got the Rainer coming out. As for Crimis, Pocket has been playing that chamber very, very well on a couple of maps. He was super, super good. The first map that I got to watch Crimis, he was playing it on Breeze, and he was playing it exceptionally. So I think similar here on Icebox, Chamber is a super, super strong pick. You can set up some of those little trips in towards places like Kitchen. You can use the Rendezvous to be able to rotate around a little bit more safely or even go for some aggression. And realistically, bringing in the tour de force and with both of these lineups running a jet, and most lineups where you're running a chamber having a jet on this map as well, being able to mix things up with the double AWP is super dangerous.
Yeah, and of course, starting on that defensive sided as well, Crimis Disciples, if they can get a leg up and get early on in toward these rounds, I mean, Fun Crew, we've seen them kind of spiral before in those situations, so hopefully it doesn't happen again.
I mean, I just really want to see Fun Crew start to look competitive here into the groups. Their lineup is stacked, so look, let's see if they're going to put the pieces together nice and early on here. First duel, he's going to push the jet off the line without losing a player. This forces out the heal from the Sage and also gains Fun Crew a little bit of map control over towards the A side of the map. Pocket trying to find a pick with the Headhunter in towards middle. Also denied that info and denied a pick. So now, after those initial duels, Fun Crew is starting to convene over towards this B site, and it does seem like they just want to try to put themselves into a post plan over here if possible.
Yeah, already looking like a little bit of retake right now to come on through from Crimis Disciples with the walls going up. We'll have to see how they're going to navigate it around. 50 seconds to go. No plant. Not going to go down just yet. Waiting out the util.
Yeah, so they're waiting out the orb. They put their wall down immediately, just waiting for the gas to go down on Crimis. Then they re-engage the wall. Dart comes up the top just to be able to bombard a little bit of utility, provide a little bit more safety. Wall up is actually attempting a pick there from Fleshes, but we are going to have a 5-on-5 retake here on B.
Yeah, this is where things are going to get extremely chaotic. Pocket at least does have still a couple of shots in this Headhunter, so hopefully he can make a good use of it. And there we go. We started off with him finding one. The toxic screen to go back on up to block a bit of vision, but it's all Fun Crew starting to find a couple of these kills. The flank in from Dragon tries to line him on up. He finds one in toward the mix, and now things are looking more dire for the round of Crimis Disciples. And on that front, it's Fun Crew to walk away with it.
That's beautiful. Already starting things off well. I think Fun Crew, on their attacking side, they've definitely shown the tendency to really take their time, to really run the clock down, try to play that more defaulty kind of style of Valorant where you're contesting the map control and you're really waiting out all the different sets of utility. And in some of their previous games, that was definitely getting them into a fair bit of trouble. But what I will say about the style is that that's where you see when it's succeeding like that, you see such clean rounds like that pistol.
Yeah, it's going to be the early A attempt again for a little bit of a how do you do. 4 players stacked over here for Crimis Disciples. Again, this is one of those rounds that potentially could just explode nice and early, or it could go very late in toward the piece. But Myth is going to be seen early to challenge on through, and he's actually going to manage to somehow find one frag, but Fun Crew are going to be there to at least get these trades.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic drive-by with the classic right clicks. Does end up going 1 for 2 in the favor of Fun Crew, who, after seeing the initial contest over towards the A side of the map, they're going to take the path of least resistance, just heading over to B. Not quite committing the wall, not feeling safe enough to plant. They want to make sure they have all their numbers here. They're just very much is what we've seen from Fun Crew's playstyle time and time again, just dotting all of their I's, crossing all of their T's.
Yeah, spike down, extra cash, one step closer eventually toward that res. Now you're just looking for a little bit of damage to come through if you are Grimace. See what Marsh can do with this Spectre. If you are Fun Crew, you know you're playing in toward a bonus in the next round as well. So, I mean, you want to try and just hold your Spectres, your Bulldog as well to get a little bit of the contest into the piece.
Yeah.
So we'll sort of see how Grimace are going to be able to play this. Just exit damage really now at this point in time.
Absolutely. It's exactly what they want. Just take a few exits away. Spectre at these ranges, not feeling too good about your chances, especially after the change coming in. Pocket with the Headhunter might have a little bit more luck, but we only 2 bullets. Never mind, that's all he needs. He's even connecting a couple of dinks on the classic right click. Oh, and that has happened so many times tonight, Dion, where we think, look, this round is looking very good. They look like they're going to survive with 4 players. Wow, what a great anti-eco. And then, yep, bam goes.
And then that happens.
Yeah.
It's just the classic at this point in time, isn't it? But yeah, we'll move into the next round. We'll get the guns finally for Grimace Disciples, and with that damage, no real, over investment from Fun Crew.
I mean, no investment at all, really. They drop a whole bunch of guns there. They are essentially going to eco this round with a couple of SMGs. This is effectively a half buy out of Fun Crew to even out their money. So their objective really falls to trying to do some damage in a round like this. Try to take some guns off Grimace. If they can pick up a couple of Vandals and get themselves into an even post plant, then that's where the tables start to turn.
Oh, this could be a little bit risky with that drone coming on through. Some right timing and good positioning from Dragon might be able to upset a few things. But Maishu's going to be there for the first one onto Easy, and he's just going to be able to escape with that drone going through. They could sneak through the bottom of this wall, but Myth is going to be there to at least offset that one with 3 kills in the round. And Cloxy will make sure that he doesn't lose his life as well.
Exactly like the announcer says, flawless. And that's exactly what Grimace wanted out of a round like that. Going up against somewhat of a half buy. You're given the firepower advantage with the Vandals across the board, and it was utilized beautifully. Myth, again, that's another one of the, like, on these defensive sides, it's nothing but impact from him. I never look at any of Myth's frags, I'm like, that didn't matter. Like, that's a 3K, which cements his team's economy, in heading forward in towards the half. That's absolutely massive. Towards this first gun round, though, the other player we highlighted, Dragon, he has that Rainer ult.
Yeah, the early dart misses its mark, unfortunately, so only going to clear the close corner. If that was your intention, yeah, for sure. But if it's not, well, Pocket might get the better of you and then Rendezvous out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's sticking around for quite a while here, isn't he? He isn't going to try his luck too much. He's going to fall onto a crossfire between him and Myth on yellow here.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward for Myth, though, if he doesn't find a frag. He's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place with no way to bail out unless he can try to navigate his wall and get around it, but that's going to be quite difficult. Rendezvous to be shot out. So you're going to see the fallback there from Pocket as well.
Server drone for info down through mid from Maishu. There is the timing from Myth. He's got himself the res already. Just big impact coming out. We talk about it, 3K on the anti-bonus. Now first gun round, already a 2K for Grimace. This guy in this tournament is just absolutely on fire, Dion.
Yeah, no, absolutely love to see it as well. Continuing on just the explosiveness, the consistency from last year as well, and just the surprise nature that is Myth, regardless of what agents that he's playing on.
Yeah, he just has such a great intuitive sense for timings and positioning. It's just a joy to watch. Can Fun Crew complete this 3-on-5 on B though?
Oh, the timing of the wall as well to lock them from getting the spike. They have to destroy the wall, push in front of it, the deep dart as well. Did that just go through the big box there? I don't even know. Pocket gets the frag on it easy. A second one dashes away, or rather TPs away, and now it's just going to be down to Kyoto. Is it a flawless round to come through? It's not, but it's a round nonetheless. There's no way Kyoto can win it out from here. Myth for a back-to-back 3K, tied up to a piece, and man, it makes it look beautiful, doesn't he?
I'm just in awe of this man. Like, straight up, it's bow down. The wall to add insult to injury across the front side of the site. Through the opponent's wiper wall. Jesus. Just absolutely gorgeous. Now, Grimace, even things up 2 apiece. A stable economy on the defensive side of Icebox, staring down a half buy. You couldn't be happier if you're Crimin's Disciples right now.
Oh, you got an operator in toward the peak, so that's going to be a surprise no longer as it misses its mark, and there's going to be a heal call coming through.
Enemy tag.
We get the Sova drone through. That's another big strength point of this team. I feel like I've said it as well. My shoe a lot of the time playing on these initiator roles is doing a really good job of info gathering in the mid round. Often do see those Sova drones being bled out a little earlier when you're going up against the pistols. You don't need to time it so well in the mid round to find out exactly what's going on, but rather you're just trying to Sova drone there for safety. There's the orb in middle. Easy might be able to find himself a timing here. He has definitely slipped the net, but this is where Crimis, they know what's clean and what's dirty in this part of the map. You really shouldn't see them take for granted that there can't be a player that's gone mid to B.
Yeah, the opportunity for him there as well. He could have snuck past through that orb down a boiler, past pallets on towards A, but choosing to go over towards B here is going to net him a frag to start off the round. 30 seconds to go. The plant will eventually start to come on down. And now you're looking at a post-plant scenario, a player disadvantage and a pit going down for Fun Crew.
Yeah.
They are certainly trying to capitalize on this round. What a shot from Lou.
Oh boy, straight up on top of yellow, and the pit changes everything, doesn't it? I mean, you talk about the range advantage of the rifles, Precious in on the lurk. It's able to trade one back though, so this is still staying competitive here in towards the post plant. Again, he's just found 2 more frags. He walls up on the site, and that's as good as done for the defuse. Bloody hell. Myth
Dragon
again.
now. Yeah, and Marsha closed it. That's 3 rounds in a row that Myth has pretty much single-handedly got the decisive blow. That is insane.
10 to 2 and all impact.
Absolutely insane.
Crimis now, like I said, stable economy. That could have been a round that could have been dangerous. A half buy with the pit down. A nice timing in through mid from Easy. That really should have been a round every day of the week for Fun Crew. Now into this buy though. Lose out on the knives. He's holding a whole lot of money in the back pocket for later on. We've got a lot of other ults available here for Fun Crew. They kick off the round exactly how you've seen it happen time and time again.
Oh, look at this. This cheeky. The dodging of the dart as well from Kyoto means that he's also a little bit unknown at the moment, but Cloxy with that operator to dash out after a pick, that could be something sinister.
I mean, Pocket's deep on the other line. I'm not sure Cloxy checks under him.
Oh, he does.
No way.
Beautiful.
Yep, just dotting his I's, crossing his T's. Really could have been a round that could have gone the way of Fun Crew. Kyoto, unfortunate. It's a pretty safe position. You're not expecting to be checked there. Again, at about the minute mark, the drone through middle provides a little bit more safety for Crimis, allows them to keep their rotations in the correct positions. Now for Fun Crew, similar to some of these other rounds, does seem like they want to go back towards the B side of the map, but how can you with no Viper Wall?
You almost just have to use your Hunter's Fury to try and permit yourselves entrance at this point in time. Get that Sage Wall down as well for some security of a plant. But look how spread they are across the map.
I think you just got to play... Oh, that's cute.
The res,
I wasn't even thinking about that. Flesh just over in with the res, allows that wall to come back up. Sage is on the other side of the map, though. So still no Sage Wall. And with that, beautiful snakebite. Marsh immediately denies that plant. You're right, 20 seconds in here for Fun Crew to get this one down.
Oh, and there was another snake bite on toward the spike, so they really have to take damage to try and get it. Lou's at least going to be able to find Myth and get a little bit dirty on top of the site, but he misses out on those blades, and now the Sheriff has pulled on through. 5 seconds to get that spike plant down, and no one's even going for the attempt just yet. 4, 3, they get rushed in from Cloxy, and that's the round done and dusted just like that, with 4 surviving to boot for Crimis Disciples.
It's just beautiful. Again, they're just playing such structured Valorant right now. Everything is just so controlled. Able to rotate accordingly, playing towards their win conditions. It's beautiful anchor work from Marsh, just denying that plant. And look, it was a cute detail. It was nice to see that res come into play with trying to get the Viper utility up, but with that Sage committed to the other side of the map, unfortunately, you know, that's one of your big win conditions on B. It's why everyone plays Sage on this map. You need to have that wall available, and unfortunately in that round, it wasn't the case. Now changing things up, Myth on the timing push through middle.
Oh, but they're holding for it right now. Hunter's Fury in. That's the time for Myth to potentially peek on through, but Dragon going to start to shoulder him on out and find the frag. So the first duel goes the way of Fun Crew, and now with Cloxy missing a couple of shots, no tailwind available, he's pretty much locked in towards this location as well, and there's the miss shot.
Yeah, that should be an operator given over to a Fun Crew team that honestly has a handful of players on the Sheriff. They're going to be more than happy to pick up the sniper at this point and potentially leverage it to win the rest of the round. Wall goes up yet again. Fun Crew trying to stabilize themselves with the numbers here, but Pocket pegging one back might be a bit of a difference maker.
Yeah, flashes his eyes straight on towards Pocket, and for good so as well. He's able to find that one shot through the ping of the recon dart. At least able for one in the end from Marsh, but it's going to still be this player disadvantage scenario. Make it a second one. Maestro in the 1 versus 3 to see what he can do, but only after the first as he falls. So it is a hold back for Fun Crew with 2 surviving, and that operator that you were talked about just there is not going to be salvaged to the next round.
Yeah, they got plenty more work to do on this attacking side, but let's be real, it's a 4-3 scoreline. They have kept their money relatively stable as well, so let's see what we're going to get out of it. They're still going to have to continue to win gun rounds on gun rounds to keep themselves competitive in this half, because like I said, Grimace did such a fantastic job keeping their money nice and stable, even after fully investing in this one. I'd say they probably got 2 more gun rounds in them after this one off the back of the jet knives, so bit of a change up early on here for Fun Crew, and that's going to be a beautiful opener for Luke.
And the pit in return from Marsh as well. Safety behind 410 because he can't jump up onto it, but he's going to start to get pushed right now. There's the first one, the second as well. Anything more would be beautiful, but it's not going to happen. Make it a third, actually, from Beyond the Grave. That's your damage done. You're happy with the outcome of that one, and now you rely on your teammates to see what they can do. Yeah. Spike picked up from Kyoto, and he's with Lou.
Tap it. Not going to get the wall across the front side, but Lou up on towards the top side of the site is in complete control right now.
Oh, that's awesome. Now it's just down to Pocket as well to see what he can do. A little bit of the trademark out. That's going to be seen from Kyoto. It's not going to ping him just yet. And the timing again. Pocket's thinking he's clearing the stuff, thinking he's in front of 410, but that wall has a gap in it at that rope. So Kyoto trying to just slip the timing, slip the gap. And it's going to be just that, Pilsky, in this round. All down to timing to see who spots out who first. And it's just ring around the rosy at the moment. Again, Pocket's going to elevate himself. The spike is, not in the default position. So you got to expect that he's not going to be playing for a lineup. There's the sound cue. And Pocket does get his head taken off.
Yeah, that's where Kyoto just shows his experience in situations like that. Obviously a player who has a whole lot of tenure in tactical FPS going back many years. And he's played that one pretty nicely. So that's going to even things up. 4 apiece here. Definitely a competitive game of Icebox that we're getting so far. Fun Crew looking like they're in some better form early on here heading in towards the playoffs. We've only had 8 rounds of play yet, so I won't get too carried away, but already plenty of gun rounds from both teams. It's almost like a complete opposite of what we saw earlier, where we're getting like hectic half-buy situations and things like that. It feels like this game, a whole lot more structure from both of these teams. Definitely much stabler economies.
Just thinking at the moment right now as well. A little bit of silence for Myth since he got shut down a couple of rounds ago. Yeah. Things starting to fall over a little bit for Cremis. You try to dot those pins on your board and follow the traces, but in the end, it's a team game, so we got to see what can happen on the back of that one. Yeah. Back into it though after the pause.
I'm kind of waiting for Cloxy to get into the action. He's someone on Cremis that he definitely helps them hit another level. I feel like he's a little inconsistent. Already going to take the drone out of the equation, so he'll be pushed off the line in that regard. But even just showing the operator over towards the B side of the map demands a little bit of respect out of Fun Crew. Start to work their way through B long right now. There's the pit for Kyoto, so this will enable them to get themselves a post plant if they can get over towards the site.
That circle is obnoxiously large for my liking on this operator, but we'll see if it works out for the man. See if he can find a pick. A couple of shots to echo on through the toxic screen, and the pit again on toward the site. See how they get around this one. Wallbang lineup is going to get a little lick.
Oh, that's a nice Hunter Fury in from my shooter. Oh, so many tags up through there. That's going to be the pit going down off the back of the Viper dying.
Now Pocket's going to be inching out to see what he can spot over at yellow. The spike was at least retrieved, so there is a way that they can get that back over towards A with Dragon finding a couple of neat shots, finding timing of his own. All of My Shoe's damage has been undone, even more so with Dragon finding a third. Now it's down to Cloxy and My Shoe to see if they can pick up the slack in this round. The spike has gone over towards A.
Yeah, that brain alert, just giving the contingency over to Fun Crew, allowing them to cut the map in half. So much impact on the lurk through a 3k, as well as providing an opportunity for Fun Crew to rebound back towards A. Now a completely open plant for the attackers. There's no way that Krimis completes this retake.
Save.
It's got to be a save. You want to
they've
hold
already
on to the
called
ult.
it. No hunt either at the moment from Fun Crew. Eventually they'll get the idea that it is going to be the save. And you talk about, you know, economy, all of that, what was built up from Krimis earlier, Pilski, is gone. So a hunt, it would be damaging.
Yeah, for sure. But, you know, as much as we've been praising Krimis for their economy management, you've got to praise Fun Crew as well. They have had very stable money. They've been stacking these gun rounds on gun rounds on gun rounds. And eventually they're starting to break through, you know, damage over time definitely makes a difference, because at some point, if you just keep yourself in the game, you keep pegging a couple frags back, even in the rounds where you're losing them, you're going to be able to reset the money at some point and potentially get yourself 2 rounds, and that can make all the difference in an MR12 half, for sure. Still another gun round to get through, though. Fun Crew, a whole lot more money than Krimis have at their disposal, so really the pressure is on Krimis to string these last couple of rounds together as we get towards the end of the half, or exactly like I said, they're going to be pretty broke.
Another missed shot. Opening attempts to come through from the operator. Now Pocket's going to be rendezvousing out of there. Just can't help but feel with Cloxy, if he finds one of these openers one time, it might be huge for the side of Krimis. There's the frag finally. And with Pocket finding something, it's looking all right, but the Blades do miss their mark in the end. And whilst the process of the attempt for Funker has been halted, they're still lurking around. They're still looking for kills.
They've traded favorably. You get the Sage Wall across the front side of the site for safety as well. Fleshes biding his time, wants to try to get that res in. You can see Krimis, they don't want to let the res come in for free if they can avoid it.
Oh, a bit of a tag out on toward easy as well. You've still got a lot of time to be able to play with. The trigonometry of that dart's not going to go the way that you want it, but Marsh pushing up into their spawn essentially locks them into B main.
Yeah, this is going to allow this 3-man setup to be able to sit straight down on B. That is a very nice vertical dart, but not going to matter too much. Myth not missing a beat after a couple of more quiet rounds, and Krimis, they pass the test. 4 players surviving. They pick up that operator. This will stabilize their economy at the end of the half, and
Can someone get this?
now they're going to be feeling a little bit better about things. They were on that precipice of having their money broken, but I'd say it's definitely the pass score at this point. Only 2 rounds of play left, and both teams pretty stable in terms of the cash. I think Fun Crew are definitely at the danger of having a weaker buy in the next, but it shouldn't be too bad either.
Careful.
Yeah, if you look at the stretch of it as well, even if it is weak and you hold that res for the next round, they can make sure they circulate one of the guns at least.
Fun Crew changing up the objective of their default, really looking to work some A control this time around.
Cheeky eye, but the Lear misses the mark. It doesn't blind out Cloxy, predominantly being playing at that B site on the B main line, now over towards A. No push toward Belt. Aldrin's going to spot him here.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Overstayed.
The patience pays off. The Aldrin in, find that opener. Now 5-on-4 to be able to try to make this A site push work, Dion.
Yeah, let's see if Myth can do it again on top of the screen. He's done some damage from here before. He's playing Trigger Discipline, drops the spike, and he drops his feet to the floor as well. A big reveal on the back of that dart, but I don't actually think it's spotted anyone. So into the 4 versus 4, it's 2 on the back of the drone where the plant started to go down. There's that trigonometry that we wanted to see from the dart, but the second one is not going to come in and hit its mark. Marsh to spray down Dragon, and with the wall going through, now Kyoto starts to get attributed into the round as well. The flank has been taken out. 3 versus 3. Spike defuse the target. Easy wasn't spotted out on top of 410 either, so that wall going up is going to allow him to pivot around. He finds the frag onto Marsh as well, and now the wall to go up and to get on the defuse. This could actually be quite dirty. But look at the timing. How's that for the snake bite? It locks out the defuse and maybe locks in the round 4 Fun Crew and attempt back on toward it. Easy elevated. Oh, it's going to take 1 bullet, but no, it doesn't work out for Myth. Pilski, these rounds are way too chaotic.
I love when the wall is placed like that for the maximum amount of segments to keep the Sage safe. And I thought that was going to be it to seal it for Myth, but the Snake Bite, as you mentioned, perfectly timed. Fun Crew playing towards their win conditions. And as we head into the last round of the half, 4 guns up for Krimis. Pocket's got to rely on the Tour de Force as well as the Headhunter, but not feeling too bad about that.
Last round of the half now. So what are we mentioning about the economy? Everybody's got all the guns. It's just Pocket down to a Marshall, but he's got the Tour de Force out.
Yeah, both Sages sitting on the res. So you want to see that res have some impact in a round like this. Is just going to be a push towards the A side of the map. Fun Crew, I really like how they've sort of diversified their attack side as you get deeper into the half. They're really focusing a lot on B and middle earlier on. These last couple of rounds hitting A time and time again. It's a full retake setup in for Krimis. Fun Crew just walk in, doors open, free real estate.
And then the Hunter's Fury on the back of the plant for easy. Nice. Grab that orb, grab that, dodge those darts. Ooh. Plant open on the top of the side as well. This should almost be unlosable for Fun Crew.
Yeah, for sure. Really, really strong position, no doubt about it. We'll see though. Krimis have done a good job on some of these retakes. They do have that Sage res as well.
Yeah, the timing is of the essence right now for the side of Krimis Disciples. Can they get that Sage wall up again and try to go for a cheeky plan? Of course not, because look where it's planted. Now they realize that they're going to still go for the attempt. And the Hunter's Fury is not going to be able to be called for arms just yet. The shot's starting to win out from Fun Crew. Dragon just doing his dastardly dance. And now it's just down to Cloxy. 1, 2, dash away. Hunter's Fury in just to secure some time. And it's going to be Dragon to shut down the round in the end.
That was another pretty sick wall from Myth, though, has to be said. Just walling, like, I don't even know. It's not like, is it vertically? I guess walling vertically across 410 when it's a top site plant is pretty creative. But not going to matter too much. Fun Crew. I was talking about it where I was like, these guys, they look so weak in groups, but I really wouldn't be surprised to see them warm up a little bit in playoffs. This has been a pretty good start to Icebox. That attacking side, pretty structured, definitely had a lot of contingencies open to them. They always had those extra lurks, players over towards mid, players over towards the B side of the map. As we got deeper into the half, they were really mixing up which sites they were hitting. They weren't staying predictable, and they secure 7 rounds on the attacking side. Really impressive.
Yeah, now they're going to switch it over to their defensive side. Both teams really expecting the darts. A little bit of a reveal onto Krimis at the moment. Let's see who's going to find the opening frag.
You get the orb as well. Allows Lou to hide inside, so we'll see if he's going to find an opening pick and get away. The drone doesn't clear him, Dion.
Oh, this could be really dirty to come on through. Eventually, that poison cloud is going to meet its end, and then Lou's going to shove himself out into the affray, into the fight, but he's waiting. He's being patient. He's still got his dash as well, getting around the corner. He hasn't been seen. He's going to slip the gap all the way behind him. Oh, this is going to be so dirty. Finds the first one and the second. Can't get a third, but at that point, his damage might be done. Might shoot for 2 in the piece as well, and now Dragon's gun barrel has been spotted. Oh, looking for the headshot. Doesn't matter. Pocket still gets the kill. Player advantage for Krimis.
Yeah, early open A side as well. We get that wall across towards Heaven side as well on the left side of site. No Sage alive, so not going to be able to wall across the site in terms of securing that plant. But there will be a wall available on the weak take from Freshers.
Oh, and he's going in behind his own slow orb. He gets a couple shots out, but he gets taken down. And Maishu's going to pick up a 4K in the end. The pistol round goes over to Krimis Disciples here, which means it's 1-1 in this game.
Yeah, keeping things competitive. This is a very hotly contested game. We've had already, I mean, look, I won't call it for the rest of the series, but at least so far, already 2 very, very competitive series tonight. So, I mean, it's just so exciting to see how many of these teams are bringing a good level of form here early on in 2022. So many promising teams, and that can only be a good thing for our region. Pushing the overall level up higher and higher.
Revealing area.
Kind of just letting the starting of this round simmer through, see what the thought process is for Fun Crew. On the back of that ping, everybody really rotating over towards A, leaving that one little late lurk.
Yeah, you do have the dismiss available. You got 2 charges here for Dragon with the Sheriff in hand.
Big shock dart. Waiting it out. Dragon wants to find a kill and get some heals. Fweshus can't heal him at the moment. Goes down. Shots are there. Looking for some more. Wants the heals. Going to start to get it as well. If he finds another frag, it would be huge. But now the snakebite is starting to get him. There's the extra kill. His damage is done. Now the plan is going to be looking to go to the floor. To the side of Crimus Disciples. The wall is there as well. And there's no deep protection on towards Myth. So yeah, it might be interesting in how this retake does start to come out. Remember, it is the lesser weaponry on the side of Fun Crew. But they do have the player numbers. Shots on through. The smoke starting to come out. The wall for the protection of the spike. It's an awkward spray from Myth. A bit uncharacteristic. And now it's time for Maishu to go above. But you know what the problem is? The defuse is already done.
They didn't break the right wall segment either. Unfortunate. And I was talking about the wall being super good on the retake and the pistol. Well, I guess one upside of Fweshus dying before he even completes that retake is when he drops that wall down, which he probably wouldn't have bought in the eco round.
Yeah.
To be able to secure it with the defuse. I mean, look, the impact play out of Dragon as well, playing towards yellow side was pretty instrumental. Fun Crew, off the back of losing that pistol, they picked themselves up a thrifty round. Now they're into their own anti-eco. They're ahead in rounds. They are in control of this game right now.
That's an early mid holding as well from Fun Crew. They don't want to allow Crimus through it at all. That blocks off mid. That blocks off the tube. Can't get through. You can see over, yeah, but there's no challenge from Fun Crew on that line. Cheeky shock darts. And an opening kill.
Yeah. Good for Fun Crew. This is the round where, you know, there's so many rounds still in this half. You'd want to see very clean anti-eco. And I'm liking the way they're approaching it. I'm liking the way they're posturing. Relying on some very safe positioning. You've got Kyoto on the deep, long angle of sight over towards B with full info that no one's even contesting there. Some pretty long angles on A as well. Just overall, very solid positioning from Fun Crew across the board.
Yeah, just wasting down that timer right now. As the Poison Cloud will permit a little bit of a passage in toward the B site. It goes down and, well, Marsh isn't looking the right way. Easy's good for one before being traded by Myth. So at least there's some damage being seen in this round. And some footsteps being heard by Myth as well. But you still need to get at least one frag before you attempt to plant. And now there's that frag, but it's a little bit too late. The spike is on the floor. They know where Cloxy is, and with only 25 HP for a 1 versus 3, I don't see this one working out, unfortunately.
Yeah, most likely not. But even just picking back 2 frags, if you can make it a third, we're more than happy with that. As Crimus Lou, the internal clock inside his head is functioning perfectly. Holds kitchen window for quite a while, and walks back to tube at the perfect timing. Being caught off guard by anything. So now Crimus, after falling to the thrifty round, they got to try to pick themselves back off the floor, along with all of the spaghetti that fell everywhere. Because Fun Crew are absolutely rolling with it right now. Look at their money; it's looking fantastic. Yeah. They got the operator out on Lou as well. It's going to take quite a bit of effort for Crimus to make this half a bit more competitive. They're going to have to win 2 or 3 gun rounds.
I was pondering. Spaghetti's not a bad option for sure. Fun Crew
hungry, dude.
already.
I told you should have eaten.
Yeah, I should have, but it looks like my shoe's going to be eaten easy with the Hunter's Fury. You definitely want to see an opening pick go that way at the cost of an ult, but you'll still take the frag when you've got no resurrection available. Speaking of, 1 away.
Yeah, it's a good start for Crimus. Getting that opening pick in the opening gun round. Fweshus spots out another 1 or 2 players over towards this A side of the map. No one's made contact with Dragon. Oh, forget about it. Actually, Marsh has.
Yeah, an unfortunate side of that as well, as Dragon found the frag. Now Pocket, and now Fweshus, there's that res available. Lose back into the land of the living. And with the spike down, it was a player advantage before that comes through. That wall eventually going on down. And now with Myth also 1 away from the resurrection, things could get a little bit dirty around this round. 3 versus 3. No information available for Fun Crew. They have to use the bodies to get in. A good Lear gets destroyed. A peek out from Cloxy. He's going to cloudburst himself to get away, but the operator shot echoes again. Lou missing the shot this time. Penetrated through the wall, and on the 1-on-1, the dismiss allows Dragon to get out. Another tap on toward the defuse. A spot out from Cloxy, and he masters his down, but he's already read in by Dragon. And that is going to be the defuse. It's double digits for Fun Crew.
Yeah, Dragon's in excellent form tonight. This is exactly what you want to be seeing from that flex roll Reyna. So many times on Icebox, you have options for days about what that 5th flex roll is. Whether you're running the Chamber, whether you're running Killjoy. But if you are going to be running the Reyna, that player needs to be able to find impact, needs to be able to get some pushes going on defense. And you're already seeing it from Dragon. He's having a massive amount of impact on this game. He's already had a couple of big rounds for Fun Crew. But even more so than that, you can see both of the duelists being quite active over towards the B side of the map, just taking territory.
Early jump up from Cloxy, and he's going to get a couple of little blades out, but only 1 or 2 tags on toward Easy. There's the eventual frag and the reimbursement of the blades, so he's going to be sending himself in behind that drone. They didn't tag Precious, but they have the relative idea where he is, still stuck in toward the corner, and with this toxic screen as well, not allowing entry, Precious is going to escape.
Nice little shocky. Does soften him up a little bit. Krimis, with this man advantage, really taking their time, putting Fun Crew through their paces. Don't feel comfortable enough to force things into A, either just resetting for some map control or just allowing the rotations to settle a little bit before they commit in here.
Oh, just waiting patiently, checking their back, making sure there's no flank happening at the moment. Don't want to have Dragon upset you again.
After all that time, do have that player on the deep mid and B line, but effectively it's a 5v2 over towards this A site.
Oh, a battle of the blades as well, with both Jets having them out, and it's going to be Cloxy to reign supreme. Again, the 3k in the round so far, looking for the ace. If he can find it, it would be awesome, but Marsh is going to deny the possibility of that happening, and now Kyoto playing that B line is going to be scratching his head. Where's my team? They're all dead.
Yeah, I mean, Fun Crew, they're playing this 3-2 setup in terms of B and A, putting both of their duelists over towards that B side of the map, trying to break a potential team that's going for a default over there. You know, it's one of those things that you see time and time again here on Icebox, relying on that Sober drone through to be able to go for that B map control. You can see Fun Crew, they've got both Lou as well as Dragon and Kyoto over there. They want to really disrupt that big long control, but Krimis haven't really gone for that just yet. And over on the other side of the map, you know, when you're playing your Sova and Sage on towards A, the name of the game very much is disruption. You're looking to try to find frags, but effectively you're probably playing retake.
Oh no, the dash. Really right-clicked on the corner.
It's kind of a formality, you know. It's one of those kills where it's whatever for the most part.
Yeah, I know.
The money's still pretty good for Fun Crew. Not going to get too excited about it. Did they not have enough to drop over to Easy? I swear to God he wouldn't have had to marshal this round, but maybe not.
Well, if he farms up that orb, he'll have his Hunter's Fury. He can play back, play info. If
Look
his
at this.
teammate loses his life.
Look at this from Krimis. As soon as they find that play towards A, you get the rotation of Dragon over towards A. It's a 3-2 setup, leaning heavily towards A this time.
They're already
straight
leaving.
Back towards the drone on towards B side.
Players at A side are already leaving and starting to make a lean over towards B. Look at this pressure that is on the members of Fun Crew. Kyoto to start it off. Maybe the second one through the spam, but at point, damage is kind of already done.
Yeah, Fun Crew, they're not respecting this B long protocol at all, dealing with the drone and the dart straight away. And that is one of the downsides of running the chamber on your lineup. You don't have this ability to be able to clear angles risk-free. This round is absolutely chaotic. Frags back and forth over towards B long. You get Precious winning the duel in middle. But overall, a 4-on-2 for Fun Crew.
Yeah, but look where that spike is. It's just not in your complete territory. Kyoto's been spotting that out. He can see it. Waiting for the wall to reimburse at the moment as well. And you can put that up. That's more safety. Get the decay if they try to bully their way through.
Yeah. It's probably going to be Cloxy to have the impact here. He's got still got the dash available as well. So that could really help even up the numbers. But forget about it. It's not going to be the case. Dragon as well. Beautiful up angle up on the top of Boiler, and Fun Crew up to 11 right now. What's Krimis' money looking like? It's still all right. Still can put a buy together, but you're starting to get concerned about them now, and so are they. They're going to take attack timeout. What do they got to work with? Tour de Force ready to go. They got the Sage Res. But none of these ults that fill you with a whole lot of confidence that they can kind of chain them together and just pick the round up.
One of the questions I would kind of have, you know, if you could pick apart the mind of a player right now, and specifically these guys, is, you know, do you use tour de force in this round? If you lose it, you know, you don't have that, and you don't have that Vandal you've purchased in, you know, do you sacrifice one of them, hold the tour de force for that 12th as a fallback plan if you lose? You then also have that Viper's Pit available. It's like those sort of things where, you know, the team of Crimmers will be starting to go over that talk right now. What are we actually looking to do in this round and next round?
I think one of the things that I want to see Crimmers do more of is be able to abuse middle a little bit more, be able to abuse kitchen a bit more, because at the moment you're not seeing the Sage play towards kitchen, and one of the biggest downsides of Fun Crew's comp is they don't run the Killjoy, they don't run the chamber, they don't have utility to be able to just you know, clear some of these areas and stop the other team from pushing into them, you know. Really, their lineup is very much about taking duels, it's about contesting map control. So, would really like to see Crimmers abuse middle a little bit more.
Well, Pockets made that decision to use the tour de force, so he'll have money for a Vandal in the next round, which is at least good to see. But look at this from Dragon already, Pilski.
Yeah, he's playing that same off angle as Myth earlier on, and it's the same two players in this duel. Last time going the way of Dragon, Snakebite comes in, and this time again Dragon has not missed a beat. Cloxy
now
in the 4-on-5, maybe incentivized to be a little bit more aggressive, try to peg a frag back if possible.
And that's 2 rounds in a row that Myth has lost his life first. No chance at heals, at res to potentially steer things back in your direction.
Yeah, not what you'd want to be seeing. Definitely would have mind to see the 2-man swing in there, especially with the Sage on the secondary contact. Crimmers going to go back towards this A side of the map. It's a retake setup. Hunter's Fury available here for easy, so no guarantee that plant's going to be, well, what's a, you know, synonym of easy, guys. Synonym of easy is what I'm going for, because I'm not going to say that.
Smooth.
Smoothly.
Clean.
Happy.
30
Happy?
seconds left.
Wow,
Happy.
Lou's going to be happy if he can net a frag here. Pilski, there's the line of sight, but he gets his head taken on down. Here's the Viper's Pit. They can potentially go down to try and find it. And with that dart coming through, they can't clear the pit completely, but here's the Hunter's Fury. There's time to still get the plant if you are my shoe.
Yeah, you get the zoning coming in there, but the pit still goes down, and so does the spike. Dragon now looking for a pick and just dismiss out, but the dash keeps Cloxy safe.
Yeah, Maishu's able to start off this pit hold as well by finding Flesh. Just some spam through from Dragon as the decay will start to be reversed right now, but in toward the pit it happens, and the frags are coming for Crimmers Disciples. It's all down to easy up on top of the site. 1 versus 4, things starting to simmer down a little. He finds one off the rope.
Oh, bloody hell. It's Jason Bourne, who apparently in this sequel dies. So Crimmers, bloody good recovery, it has to be said. 4-on-5. A lot of pressure there. They just pick themselves up by their bootstraps, go in towards that big site. I don't know, which is the big site on this map? I don't even know which is the big site and the small site.
There's
I feel
more
like B
space
should
to
be the
plant
small site, but
at
I
A.
don't know. Yeah, I don't.
There's
I
more
don't bloody
surface
know.
area at A.
On this map, I feel like they're both the big site. Like, it's just question marks in my head.
Yeah.
Either way, Crimmers, this could be a big swing round for them. They can break Fun Crew's money right now. Dragon's armorless in towards this round off the back of the Guardian. Drone goes in just to be able to minimize the risk a little bit. Try to push some of these duelists off the aggressive angles and buy space for Cloxy to get in here on the entry, but he gets counter-droned. Things will reset a little.
Yeah, he had to dash to jail, and now the shock darts are coming his way. He's got an updraft if he needs, but he'd be quite vulnerable. Doesn't matter now, since the darts are done. They have delivered and missed their target.
Yeah,
Reminds
Lou
me of
on
Australia Post.
Lose. Not even going to touch that one. Lose on that deep angle in towards middle. Trying to control the rotations in between the orbs being popped up, and in comes this contact play from Crimmers onto 8.
This could be wild. The wall eventually will start to break, and then Dragon might have to get out of this position as well. Easy, ready with the dart and the snake bite. Dragon's going to sit and wait right now, but he has to get out, and eventually the spam starts to come through. No way Dragon manages to survive. I think the heal was off by Fleshes, so they're somehow looking to lurk about. Dragon with the leer on through now starts to get a little bit pressured. If he finds another frag right now, that would be absolutely astronomical for the round of Fun Crew, but the frags go towards Crimmers Disciples, and now the plant.
Yeah, Cloxy's one off the dash as well. One more pick for him and he can get out of jail free. You get the snake bite to be able to push that player off the site. There is the frag from Cloxy. He doesn't need to dash anywhere because he's just popping heads right and left, and That's a massive round for Krimis. Cannot be understated. That is a reset on the economy of Fun Crew and allows them to actually touch double digits here. This game just keeps delivering.
Can I add, Cloxy, since going to the attacker's side, has started to really frag up. He's on 17 kills. He's matched Maishu and Myth. Like, Cloxy was absent on the defender side.
Can we do that on VLR? Can I see first half stats?
No.
The scoreboard. Someone fix that. I want to know.
Oh, it's a Riot API thing, if you want to get technical with it. I've tried to play with it myself.
Alright. Call your guy, Dion. Alright.
Oh, no.
Dragon needs to call for some help as well. Because that was definitely not what we saw in one of those previous rounds. The second round of this half. Couldn't quite have that big impact on the Sheriff.
Yeah, well, now you see an early plant, Pilski. This should be a pretty strong defense to come through with guns in the next round for Fun Crew. Yeah.
Don't mind the approach. Do you like that wall? I kind of like that wall against the Sheriffs.
The deeper one? Yeah.
Take Snowman with the dart. That's kind of cute.
Flawless. Absolutely love to see it. And with the holding of the ults as well, you've still got the Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury, the Resurrection for Krimis. But on the flip side, you know, you still got, you know, relatively similar ults. You got the Res, you got the Pit, you got Dragon with the Empress, which could actually carry you into round 12.
Yeah, he's had a lot of good impact plays so far. That is Krimis, though, really fighting back. You know, things are getting quite tight for them, but look at their money now. They've pretty much cemented their money heading through the rest of this half. That Res is becoming pretty rotten at this point. It has been sat on for the longest time. Really needs to get utilized sooner rather than later. He probably could have already had another Res. This contest towards B-Long could be massive. Pit comes out over towards the A site for Fun Crew. Drone gets taken care of. Dragon in the corner.
Oh, I was wondering, did that land actually on top? It did. It didn't go deep enough, but it doesn't matter. Look at the kills. Look at the carnage. Fun Crew, they managed to find 3 to the return of 2. However, they've got the res, so they can bring easy back. And the Hunter's Fury, that is an interesting investment. It should still find the frag. It's back into water, but you still need to find one more frag to upset and equalize this round.
Oh, Maishu almost predicted the positioning of Lu up towards the top of the site with that third Hunter's Fury charge as well. Very close. Shock dart. Tickling up the Sage a little bit, but Kyoto on the flank over here could potentially just lock this one down before it even gets going.
It could come down to timing if he turns away, and they might be able to find him if they clear the corner. Are they going to check it? Are they going to check it, Pilski? They're not. No, not like this. I mean, you'd never expect an early rotate, but oh, Kyoto, turn around. No.
No, he's going to go clear B long now, and he's just, oh no, he's going to sit in Gary. So they think they've got them locked into B long. Kyoto, his whole world's about to fall apart, and maybe even before that, Questions is going to go down. He has no idea what's just been inflicted upon him.
They have no idea. Lou's still here. They're playing in toward the Cloudburst. Both dashes come on through. 15 seconds. They can't get back over toward the A side. It's going to be a bit of a safe plant, but damage is done to Cloxy, and Kyoto is already here, remember. They hear from the spray. They know where they're both coming from. What sort of denial do they have at the moment? Maishu will have a dart, but now he's dead, and it's all on a Cloxy. 30 HP. The plant is open, but now he's been seen. Now he's been spotted, and they're going to start to come and collapse upon him. A tap onto the defuse will bait him in. The wall goes down, so he might be able to find the angle. He sees the hand. He knows that now it's going on through. Get the frag. Get out of there! But Lou gets the kill, and that's 12 for Fun Crew.
Yeah, it's good effort for Cloxy. He has been really warming up. Krimis Disciples almost winning an unwinnable round with the overall positioning there. That was like a 1 in a million, that 2v3. That would have been 100% a tilt-up if you're Fun Crew. But overall, at the end of everything, it's not a terrible position for Krimis. Even after dropping that round, giving their opponents map point, they still, after that round comes down to a 1v1, have the ability to reset the money here, Krimis, and potentially fight here for map point.
I'm going to have the toxic screens across both sides of the map. And aggression from Fun Crew at A. Something different. Something we haven't seen from them.
Careful.
Oh, this can all be heard by Myth, though. Here's the stepping on top of the belt. Hunter's Fury out of easy. Doesn't quite find the angle. Just the vertical and horizontal movement there for Cloxy off the back of the updrafts keeps himself alive. So things reset a little bit here. Krimis very much painted back into their own spawn without any real map control to speak of, but they can't sit around here forever.
Yeah.
A minute and 10 on the clock. Drone goes in through towards A side to clear things out a little bit off the back of hearing that Jet aggressive earlier on.
They didn't even get the heal onto Cloxy just yet. So maybe they're just waiting to hold it. If they need the res, then they've got the heal for immediately after. If there's any sense of pressure on the back of that. There we go. There's the heal. Better late than never, I guess, but could say the same about that ult.
Well, Marsh has taken a little bit of territory over towards B long here. It's starting to shift. It's a big stack towards the A side of the map right now for Fun Crew. Relying on a retake B setup. Really, it's about whether Dragon can actually find himself an angle to get a pick on site.
Yeah,
Get
Marsh
out, maybe even play plant denial.
Marsh was 2 away from the pit, so the plant, yeah, 1 away, but if they grab the orb B main, they potentially could have had it. The plant's gone down from Maishu, which, I mean, it is what it is. At least the plant is down. You're going to be relying on a late flank from Pocket. You can see that Easy is guessing about that one. 5 versus 5 is a rarity on a retake on a full gun round. So we know this is about to get chaotic. Now the flank from Pocket starts to come on through, and Easy's looking the wrong way. There's the kill. It's been called. The wall goes down, and the shots are here. Fun Crew starting to do what they needed to do. On toward the defuse. Remember, that res is still here. It's not going to be used. The defuse is denied. More shots coming on through. It's only down to Myth, and he's going to get taken out as well. That is 13 on the board for Fun Crew, and they will be the victors on Icebox.
Yeah, very nice retake coming in there. The counter wall after breaking just that one wall segment. Just exactly what you want to be seeing on that defensive retake. And in general, Fun Crew, their attacking side, very well rounded, very well structured. Defensive side, very nice as well. Obviously, getting a little bit of momentum off the back of that half-buy win earlier on in the half. But I honestly feel like I saw enough there that warranted them the win. You know, Krimis a little bit up and down in terms of individual performances half to half from a lot of the players there. But that was a fair win, I have to say, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the series. Could really go the distance in this one.
Yeah, no, 100%. I definitely do see that last map. I'm keen that we get Ascent next as well. You know, another different map. But before we get there, we will have to throw it over to a bit of a break once again. So it'll only be a few minutes this time. Make sure you don't go too far. We'll see you around the corner. Well, welcome back to the VALORANT Oceania Tour. Map number 1 in a second series of the night was a bit of a chilly one, but it was heated up in the server, of course, with the scoreline getting pretty close at the end there, Pilsky.
Yeah, for sure. I think Fun Crew winning a very, very tight map there, but overall, I felt like for the most part, they were kind of the front runners through Icebox. Their attacking side, they finished up that half 5-7. The majority of that was all gun rounds. There was no gimmicks. They were very much just relying on a very, very stable, structured attacking side. So really, really nice game of Icebox out of them. And I think a victory over Krimis is no small feat at this point. They have definitely looked like the form team in this tournament, but Fun Crew, they pick up the next map over here on Ascent, and they'll have already taken out one of the big dog contenders after a pretty dry spell in the group stage.
Yeah, and of course, you know, you talk about that group stage there. It was Krimis Disciples that did lead their group in the end as well. So it kind of just goes to show us testament that the group stage in the beginnings, yes, to sort of gauge a couple of your opponents, gauge teams, who's doing what. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to where it's required here in the playoffs, you know, you can bring the secret sauce and you can really spice it up.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, look, you just got to say what it is. At the end of the day, the group stage is really to decide seeding. It's to get the teams their foot in the door in terms of their form overall. There you go. Chamber on Ascent. Might get Pocket over here on the KO.
Breach.
We've seen him play quite well on that KO on multiple different maps. So this will be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, you got the Breach coming through as well for Kyoto. So it's, you know, not your normal mainstream Ascent comp. And I guess you could say the same if you're bringing in a KO from Pocket.
Well,
mind you, I love KO.
This is a change up for Fun Crew. Last 2 games of Ascent that we've seen from them, it's been 2 different comps both times. Actually, it's been the same comp both times. The only difference being in the Sentinel before they were bringing Astra, Jet, KO, Sova plus 1 Sentinel. This game, you know, you're already seeing a fair bit of a difference. You're seeing the Breach come out. You're seeing that Sentinel being subbed out previously, the Killjoy and the Cypher. Now they're going over towards the Chamber there. So already changing things up a little bit. Dragon, we're going to see him on a bit of a different role. And this is why he's been someone that's been great to highlight for Fun Crew, because you see him doing absolute work on the Duelist, on the flex role over there on Icebox. But he is a player that last year, you know, mostly you saw him on those Duelist roles. This year, you've seen him diversify his agent pool quite a bit. He's been on Sova, he's been on Viper and things like that. So he's becoming a much more well-rounded player.
Yeah, something new, something different. You love to see it. And I guess it leaves some more exploration and expansion for Lou himself, you know, to really fine-tune his role in toward that Jet. And, you know, it's always one of those things when you see a roster like this, you know, you put Dragon, you put Lou up. They're both very capable Jets. In the end, what is the decisive factor to sort of see who stays on that Jet? And it's Dragon moving off in the end of it. So, you know, exploring his roles, being way more versatile, leads into a lot of these different compositions that when push comes to shove, you know, a team like Fun Crew can bring out to surprise their opponents here.
You talk about Krimis's history here on Ascent. This is their map pick in the series, if I'm not incorrect. I think Fun Crew were the ones to go for Icebox and then Ascent here for Krimis, but they haven't actually had that much success on it recently. They played the grand finals of the Open Qualifier up against Honey Badgers, who is another one of these up-and-coming teams in the scene that's been putting in a lot of work. They actually lost 3-13, and then their most recent game in the group stage here of the first stage of the OT, they lost in OT to Iconic. So they actually don't have a great success rate here on their map pick, but let's see if they can break that streak here. They're going to need to, or they're going to be going down into the lower bracket nice and early here, Dion.
Yeah, that's not what you want, especially if it's in a 0-2 fashion and you get blown out of the water on your second map. But we'll have to wait and see, because Dragon's getting pushed. He's getting pressured. The Headhunter missing the mark from Fleshish as well. But a little bit of a lob from the Flash, and the right clicks out from Pocket to at least allow a bit of entry into water. But that's it. As Myth gets that frag back, they can look for the plan. And a missed turret is probably not what you want to happen. But in 15 seconds, he may be able to place it and act as a little bit of a deterrent.
Yeah, man advantage here for Krimis. Let's see if they can utilize it, because they're all stacked up on the site. They almost lose that man advantage. Nice spam through from Easy, and now the pressure up lane side.
Yeah, you're going to have the Aftershock go straight on through as well to see what they're going to be able to find right now. Sorry, it was the fault line, not the Aftershock. I would have liked the Aftershock to be able to get some clearance out, but it looks like all the frags are starting to come into collection for the side of Krimis Disciples. There's that turret, as I mentioned, getting some damage out. Don't die to the turret. That's not the way that you want to lose your life, but it is going to be to the pistol of Myth.
I mean, that is just turret in pistol round. You know, usually he's like this little Wally dude. Like, he's not that threatening. He's just a little bit annoying. Dude Killjoy turret on pistol round is like some kind of transformer or something. Lou just
Yeah.
wanted nothing to do with it. He
like-
literally
it's like-
just smokes it instead of trying to kill it.
It's like pistol turret, but also like pistol sage wall.
Oh,
It's
that's-
just a nuisance.
Dude, it's just SpongeBob. It's just a SpongeBob meme, isn't it? You know how it's like the SpongeBob with the 6-pack. That's just a copy paste.
Oh
of that
yeah,
meme,
the Chad SpongeBob one, yeah.
Chad Bob.
Chad Bob? Chad Bob. Going straight in toward the B side again, it would look like for Crimus Disciples. Look at that reveal as well on towards Dragon and Fweshus. I dare say they're not getting out of there, although maybe I'm lying right now. Spitting hard facts is Myth straight toward Fweshus, and this time getting the turret to where it needs to be.
Yep. There you go. So, 1 for 1. And still with that B main control, the alarm bot on the backside gives safety to Maishu. Should be a pretty nice day at the office for Crimus, but look, it's not a foregone conclusion because as we often do see with this big side of Ascent, this is like the best site in the game to get exits on.
Yeah.
You've got to cross up past that defensive spawn to be able to get out of there.
Well, we will wait and see if Easy can find any kills. He's going to be finding an alarm bot, so it kind of funnels them in towards Kyoto. There goes the fault line. Lou to see if he can steal away a frag. He's going to get one in the end. Anything more would be absolutely damaging. I mean, it even is with the 3 in the round. The right click out from the classic. Gets one.
That setup was like impeccable from Fun Crew. Pressuring the flank at the perfect time. This forces, especially off the back of the dart, gives Crimus a false sense of security that defensive spawn might be clear. Both of those players hide from the dart. You get the stun off the back from Kyoto, which sets up for the double swing in. And then as well, just the foresight, the positioning from Easy after pressuring that alarm port towards backside of B main to rotate all the way towards top mid. It's like the perfect storm of just absolutely shrekking Crimus's economy. And now they're all sitting at about 2k. They're effectively taking a save and contest on towards B main side. Fweshus gets pushed back, and now surely this should be the lockdown, but forget about it. Clocks is just hard on the entry into the site, mate.
Yeah, Dragon's going to be able to find one, but Pock and Myth get a couple of kills. There's a touching point that I want to talk about on this round a little bit later if I get the chance as well. But the plant does go down, and you're going to have the player disadvantage for Fun Crew in their first buy.
Yeah, Myth didn't even invest the lockdown either. He's still sitting that on the backside. He can slam that one down and secure the round if he wants.
So that's the touching point I wanted to mention. The starting of this map again is Myth doing all of the damage, and Fweshus got pinged by the blade, but he still was able to rendezvous out.
Yeah, I didn't see the timing of that. There's the lockdown to secure it. There's no way to break that if you're Fun Crew. Oh, never mind. They broke it straight away off with the breach util.
Yeah, well now the damage is starting to come through for Fun Crew. I don't think they're going to be able to get it on towards defuse anymore, but if they can remove these guns, it's okay. Marsh has a Bucky into the site, but he's going to blow up with it.
Dude, I legit... It's like, I have not seen breach on this map in so long that I'm like, yep, that's the round done. And then he just
forget about the
uses
aftershock.
The aftershock to just break the Killjoy ult immediately. I'm like, oh, yeah, cool. Although we have seen like KO fragments as well, breaking lockdowns a lot. In some of the other
no. Okay, so...
Or not breaking them, you know, or not breaking them.
Did you see that on the VOT the other day?
I didn't see it live, but I watched the replay, yeah.
So cursed, man. For those that missed it, you see that box that Pocket's looking at in B main under the ult orb? The fragment landed on the small box, and it didn't damage the lockdown that was under it at all.
3-man setup on B here on the defensive side. This is going to be another early contest. Fweshus trying to rendezvous out. Gets punished this time.
Yeah, this time it does go down to the grave. The flash drive out to clear it out. And again, it's a B-sided hit that is working a treat for Crimus Disciples, but now the judge is coming on through. Dragon wants the frag. It's Kyoto to find it in the end, and now they have to be cautious of Cloxy as he comes down the stairs. Kyoto in the back of the site as well, not going to get cleared out. Well, maybe he is in the end with no damage, but the plant's starting to go down a little bit early to suspect Easy already being here. The shots are through. He finds 2, and now it's onto Myth, onto Lou to see if he can win out this duel, but the timing for Lou, he gets in toward it, and the headshot through the box with a defuse.
That is just miscommunication from Crimus, man. No one's covering lane. 3 players there. One of them putting the spike down. Double watching stairs. No one watching lane. That is just basic TAC FPS protocols of calling what you're holding once you get in towards that post plant. Very sloppy. Not something you've seen too much out of Crimus, I have to say. Usually they have kind of all their ducks in a row in that regard. So, bloody hell. Scrappy couple of opening rounds out of both of these teams, you've just seen Krimis on the attacking side just hammering the B side over and over and over.
Yeah, they're definitely favoring it. It's, you know, one of those things where if they keep doing it, eventually Fun Crew are going to lapse and maybe rotate over, and then you go A, and it's always going to be one of those interesting things. And you think about the availability of the ultimates now as well. You're going to be having that null command. You've got the Blade Storm once again, but you flip it on over. The denial that Fun Crew are going to be having here, Pilski. Rolling Thunder and the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah.
Or even retake.
Big impact ults on the retake, no doubt. See if they're still going to have some impact. The other side of this comp, I have to say, is the duality of the Chamber Jet, which is just the ability to take duels early round on multiple parts of the map and potentially get away with it. You know, the opening pick potential on the Fun Crew lineup running the Chamber and Jet is pretty good. And then you get, like you said, some nice retake potential with the Astra, with the Breach.
What was it that I saw the other day? A Breach, a Breeze lineup. Sova Sky, KO, Viper, Chamber. I think it was.
Well, I think like the downside of, well, we'll forget about that. You get this contest on the A side of the map. Maishu, he's a pacifist. He's not interested in taking a duel. He's just going to sit in the corner, goes and clears that map control. That is kind of a false sense of security, though. Drone comes through the A side of the map, so that's going to keep the rotations honest, actually. I'm pretty sure that Question can hear that from short, and once again, free real estate in towards the B side.
Oh, but look at this from Dragon! Oh, he's absolutely just pieced this one together, and now Cloxy comes in to see what he can do, but the damage has already been delivered at this point in time. You just mentioned the drone over to the A side of the map, and they know that too. They know exactly where the last soldier is coming in through from Maishu, but in finding the first frag, he's now got a 1 versus 3 in front of him.
I mean, that was just the classic of pushing through the smoke on the right timing. Maishu finds the pick, but again, that's another beautiful fault line out of Kyoto off the contact. He's playing that breach very nicely.
I'm just a little bit sad that the null command didn't get as much done as I thought. You got to give props toward Dragon in that current situation. You know, they're not really expecting him to be there when they pop through the nebula. Lines them up.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's one of those situations where even it caught me off guard because everything from Fun Crew is reading retake. Cloxy's deep into the site. You've got two players behind that defensive smoke, the nebula on spawn. And then Dragon he's got a great intuitive sense of when to make the push. He just misses it through that smoke, finds the timing, lets the jet deep into the site, and deals with the rest of the team.
And now the comm is going to be that they can creep up through short 8, send in the drone to get a little bit of clearance and see if Easy can hold anything by himself here. There's going to be a frag to start things off, and even maybe stays around for another.
Yeah, even the concussive to follow up, sets up loop beautifully for two absolutely easy picks.
Well, just damage is what we're looking for here from the side of Krimis Disciples. They've got guns in the next round. It's just about Myth maybe getting one step closer toward his ultimate as well. Dart's going to go up. They're going to have to destroy that. It's a big reveal. Go for the warbang. Why not?
Nicely done. Flawless sets up Fun Crew nicely to continue contesting on this defensive side. They've got 3 ults to play with. They are looking quite comfortable. I'm loving the way they're playing this comp right now.
Yeah. I think it's really, you know, kind of reassuring again that Breach is back as well, because a lot of the teams, you know, they fall into the sense of stalemate where they just keep rinsing and repeating same rosters. Having teams go outside the boundary of what's the norm opens up a lot more opportunity, and it makes a more interesting Valorant.
Yeah, I think, you know, I feel like I'm always tunnel vision on these multi-initiator comps because the utility is just so good at mitigating risk and getting map control. But I don't mind this playstyle either if you've got some sharp players that can just go and take the early contest. So it's a quick drone in towards middle, just setting up Cloxy. You know, it's this duality of Jet, whether you're that entry player on the attacking side or you're just going to be set up to be an aggressive lurk. In this case, I think Cloxy is just going to find a nice timing for Krimis on towards middle while the rest of the team works elsewhere.
And you see the cheeky play as well from Kyoto and from Lu over at the A site. You got the bailout of the Rolling Thunder in case Lu gets pressured and has to dash. You had Pocket looking after it for so long. Now that fragment, and now there's the ult to get him bailed out. They're going to tunnel vision on towards Pocket to clear him. And Marsh is also stunned by that util. He can't do anything for a trade.
It's a man advantage for Fun Crew. Cloxy checked by the chamber utility. The chamber will have seen that alert, so knows that market should be contested.
Oh, and the dart is going to be just not able to ping Fueshus, but he is stuck in toward the logs corner. The drone to try and pull focus away from Fueshus right now, and it's done so beautifully. He's in for one, maybe not the second for sure, but Dragon at least gets that trade. 30 seconds to try and establish a plant, and you've still got the player advantage for Fun Crew.
Yeah, Cosmic available here will provide a little bit more safety if Krimis can get into the site. Cloxy knows he has to cut a corner with the man disadvantage. Finds the pick onto Lu, caught in the open. Somehow the tailwind gets him out.
Yeah, I don't know how he's been able to escape from that one, but now he is stuck upon the box. Maybe he gets spammed. He gets a headshot whilst completely stunned, and it's on to Kyoto for the trade. Now the swing out from Marsh. It's not going to actually happen. An aftershock through locks him in toward the mid of the boathouse for the clearance, and Kyoto's caught in laps.
Yeah, just good movement out of Marsh. You can see him just counter-strafing his way, clearing the angles, segmenting it down. Exactly how you want to play a clutch situation like that.
Should I play some stars in this reality?
Don't want to wide swing all of the angles, but just cutting the angles down into little duels, pixel by pixel, till he finally finds the breach. Krimis barely scraped their way through that. Cloxy one off his blades. Couple of different ults kicking around the place here. 2 of the force, I think, coming out very early on here for Fueshus, looking to contest B main. It's the double operator setup. First one gets taken out of the equation by Pocket. Nice flash onto the line in towards A main, but in the meanwhile, B main is Fun Crew's territory.
Yeah, you've got the tag team again that's just clearing space either at the B side or the A side of the map between them. It's looking pretty good.
Again, drone through middle. Clears out a lot of that territory and doesn't spot out Dragon, who is contesting market side. Still do have that chamber utility, but does... Oh, it didn't get broken by the shock dart.
Yeah, that's some unfortunate server utility here. The drone didn't go deep enough in market, so they'll still know to clear completely.
Look at the breach positioning, ready to just bail Dragon out on the timing. As soon as he makes contact.
Oh, the timing. Is he going to come back? He is. There goes the util. There goes the frag from Dragon. The flash in. He manages to navigate another. The Hunter's Fury. Yes, it comes in. A little bit too late because they're going to have to still go back and get the spike. But with that frag on towards Kyoto, you know what that actually opens up? That opens up a lockdown to come through from Myth because there's no return Hunter's Fury.
Fueshus waiting out the KO knife. Didn't have a primary weapon to be working with. Was relying on that tour de force, but he slipped his way into the backside of the site.
He got seen by the turret, so they're going to be focused on towards him. He finds it, and Lu with the other operator in the map as well, able to do some damage.
Beautiful. Very nicely done by Fun Crew. Really, really liking the way they're playing right now. Honestly, this reminds me of like old school Ascent when Breach was a lot more popular. Is like the Breach being that rotator role, moving around in towards spawn side and just pop flashing people onto certain lines or even flashing himself out. Before they used to be more of a less of a delay pulling your gun out. You could just like double flash your way. You had like 3 flashes, I think. You just flash your way out of heaven and flood.
Yeah. The Breach abuses. I admit I was one of those people that abused Breach back then.
Well, we'll see if Krimis can abuse this B site yet again. Jet knives have come out. They've got the lockdown.
Yeah, the dart goes in, doesn't get a reveal, but the ambition from Lu to attempt to frag like that, he's going to even maybe do so again. Dragon through the smoke, able to find Marsh, nothing else. But at this point, damage might even be done. Kyoto drops the spike onto one's pocket. The Blades of Cloxy missing the mark, and now he's only got a classic. Kyoto managing to find Myth in the piece, and just like that, it's everybody alive for the side of Fun Crew. Not anymore with that frag, but the trade is in the end, found by Dragon.
Yep. 5 and 4 for Fun Crew on this defensive side. This Ascent is looking good. I'm starting to question Krimis's understanding of their own map pool right now because they've been picking Ascent in a lot of these series and not really finding such great success on it. I've been much more impressed, like most of the time, by their Breeze and their Icebox. A little bit more so. What other maps have I seen them play?
Bind?
Yeah, bind. Even their bind, not too bad. But look, all things considered, they are 5-4 right now on the attacking side of Ascent, so it's definitely not all done and dusted.
Back to B, it looks like we go, but the Null Command getting shut down instantly by Lou. It would have been a beautiful pick if he was able to get the next one. Stuck in toward the lockdown is the team, and more damage out by Lou right now. Eventually shut down. This is just another round that is completely chaotic. By the luck of the stars, it's Fun Crew. So just hold on.
Yeah, they're just not respecting anything that Krimis is doing. Every time that Krimis wants to go for map control, every time that Krimis wants to try to make some grounds in towards the site, you're just getting Fun Crew pushing and pulling around the place, running through smokes. Lou's being hyper aggressive on that jet roll and finding a lot of success. Fleshist, on the other hand, on the chamber, not finding as much success, but still applying pressure, still taking territory in towards B main, taking space, taking map control.
Right here.
And then, like I said before, Kyoto just running around the place, setting people up for these mid-round plays and flashing his teammates off the back of contact. The fault lines as well as the flashes just also on point. Now the anti-eco out here, Fleshes again, contesting B main, destroying the turret. Drone out from mid from Krimis gives Cloxy this space, but again, like, it just hasn't been finding Krimis that much success.
Oh, the space that Fun Crew are just finding with these aggressive early peaks, and there's just no answer as well from Krimis Disciples. It's certainly, you know, making you wonder, when will there be change? Anticipating it.
Yeah. Or even just, like, pushing somewhere else. Like, Krimis, it's all been mid and B this whole half. I don't think I've seen them go towards A at all.
Well,
really
now they're looking to do so. Yeah, but we've already seen the denial here before from, oh, the Util, and look at it again. They just line up for easy. It's just destruction at this point in time.
Yeah, this defensive side here for Fun Crew. It's an absolute pleasure to watch. Setting themselves up for the 2-0 here. I don't know how many people would have called it. VOT this season, super tight.
It would be a nice if, you know, arguments for upsets if you think about it as well.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing right now in VOT where it's like, that's the thing I was saying about Fun Crew, like their form in group stage is not so good, but you can't look at this team and say this team does not look like a good team on paper.
There's no clear decisiveness on hierarchy at the moment.
Yeah, it's
like outside of order.
2 to 5 is just all over the place. I'd say 2 to 8, mate. Any of those 2 to 6, mate, 7, 8 teams could just beat each other.
Just anything below order.
What day it is.
Trap destroyed.
Now you get a double op once again here, I believe, out of Fun Crew. Freshest deep in B main. No Killjoy turret might give himself a false sense of security and see if Mid's able to abuse that.
Well, it'll be a quick flick from Fleshist and a quick dash to get out of here as well. And when I say dash, I do mean the rendezvous.
I mean, Mid's playing off the contact of the turret, but I don't know if Fleshist is really going to oblige that.
Well, he won't have his rendezvous if he goes to. Yeah.
Either way, Cloxy, again, in another kind of aggressive, low-key kind of position, up here on Catwalk. This is other operator.
Ooh, I like that from Lou. Has the operator for the deep line, the blades for the close, but he doesn't expect Cloxy to already be pushed up. Now Myth has been seen. There's the rendezvous. So a bit of interest over toward the other side of the map, and that might actually be the cell. Krim has always loved that B site. Now they're changing it.
Deep into trees, Cloxy, though. He could have all the impact right now. At least one freebie here onto Kyoto, and he's behind a lot of players.
Oh, but he's whiffing the frag. Oh, no, Dragon. Does he have the idea of where it is? The dash through, we've seen him in the Nebula, but the trade coming on through Dragon. Oh, he's found the frag as well. That is an amazing upset to come through by a bit of luck and a bit of a whiff, unfortunately.
Yeah, Krimis has made an absolute meal of that. Cloxy, in particular, is a lot of the time being set up for these aggressive lurking positions on the jet. You know, you're utilizing the Sovatron to put the jet in the optimal position to have impact, and he just did not have the impact in that round. You had the jet deep in tree. You couldn't have been happier with that positioning if you're a Fun Crew, and still just not able to have the impact. 8-4 here for Fun Crew. A great defensive side from them, and I have to say their comp should not be too bad on attack either. It's going to be, you know, a little harder to just take map control risk-free without the utility, but the way they're firing up in terms of the firepower, I don't think I'm too concerned about them taking angles.
Well, even then, if you think about it, if they maximize the breach utility and maybe the chamber peak or the jet peak, they can quickly dash out.
Recon bolt destroyed nice and early on as Fun Crew start to creep in towards B main side.
Cheeky trading of darts. A lot of damage on a Fleshes. No heals available. Lines up for the crossfire between Marsh and Maishu to be quite deadly. Now you got the push through mid.
Yeah, Fun Crew's lost the map. They got to kind of speed up on towards this B site and make contact over here, and Maishu's found first.
Yeah, 2 reveals on the back of that dart, however, with the fault line getting a little bit of that concussion onto Maishu. His head's going to be a little bit sore, but he at least escapes with 1. Now Marsh is vulnerable, so it's extra damage to his body. Dragon to get a couple of picks in toward the piece, and now Lou as well. Really putting a little bit of a lockdown on toward the side. The flash goes in, and it doesn't reap a frag, unfortunately. Myth making things interesting, and look how low he is right now. Dragon needs to hit the headshot, but he's got some damage. Not the turret. Not like this, Bilski. Okay. At least it was a ghost.
Shad turret.
It's a 6th player in a pistol round. That's what it is.
Turret too strong, bro. You just can't mess with him.
You can eliminate an opponent with a single shot to the head. You can't do that to a turret.
No. Oh, Krimis. They needed that pistol, though. I feel like they dropped that pistol. This game's over with, so...
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a settler. At least this... Look, this is their pick. In theory, this defense should be pretty solid here on Ascent, if they're feeling comfortable with their comp. Stats don't back it up in recent times, but there's got to be something to this pick. Got to be going well in the prac or something like that.
Well, we'll be able to see in due time the remainder of this half, if it works out.
Well, orb control. Dragon was multi-fragging up a Storm on that pistol, so... Fun Crew's looking to try to get him this Hunter's Fury in towards the first gun round.
Considering that that's an 8-tick ult, that would be pretty huge.
I feel like it's not that impactful.
In
terms of all of the ults, like you could get into that first gun round, but it's something.
I said Flash just used 3 shots of the Headhunter in this round. I think that's as many as he bought too. Oh, he's got 2 left. See what I mean? The turret. It's a target.
Turret OP, dude. He's another nerf. Well, just the anti-eco dance as always. Myth tucked himself behind the safety of the Nano. Maishu got the dart ready to go. He's going to take contact with the Ares.
That gun's nerfed, by the way. 20 seconds to go.
Still good enough to bully pistols.
Wow, 3 kills in the round. Now Fox is going to be able to find something, and unfortunately, this time there's no whiff.
I mean, they were really keen on getting Dragon that ult. He was even trying to suicide plant on A. Hoping for like some kind of retake setup.
Well, he's 1 away.
Yeah, Krimis. That's a very good anti-eco. Now they're bonus 4 Spectres across the board with the Ares. They are looking for damage up against this first gun round. Dragon 1 orb and he gets himself the Hunter's Fury. So Fun Crew have really been setting up for that. Let's see if they can find impact with it. Or if they even want to use it up against the bonus to guarantee things. It's going to be early B main control. Contested a little bit by Maishu and Marsh. Maishu, he finds the right timing, could spam a play with this Ares, but aggression in towards B-Link.
Yeah, but Precious is going to be finding Marsh first, so that's all your use he'll smoke Scorn down specifically. Now Maishu's peeking out with an Ares, but Precious decapitates him. The spike is, you know, it's retrievable, at least for your attackers. That's what you want to see. At the end of the day, this is the bonus round for Krimis.
And Fun Crew, they are convening over towards this A side. And if I ever want one player sitting on a site against 4, it's probably Myth in his current form.
But with the Sheriff, he's going to be his first point of contact. He does have the Spectre. Pop his util at the right time. Get a little bit of time denial. Could be quite interesting. But again, he's been seen. He's going to start to get penetrated through the wall. He's good for 1 frag. The shock dart will take him out. And now Pocket. 1 frag here in the bonus round is probably what you're after.
Yeah, just 1 more. And you're happy. Cheering. Not going to be giving it though. Fun Crew. Stabilize at 3 rifles. That's the pass score up against the bonus. And they have this Hunter's Fury heading into this first gun round. So See if that has impact. My shoot going to continue abusing the LMGs. Straight onto the Odin. So we'll see if he has any luck spamming through here. 1 kill for him gets him his Hunter's Fury. It seemed like Krimis eager to control a main here. You can already see Foxy going to be keen on the line, the double star in towards there. Whereas Fun Crew looking to try to contest B.
Let's see how much aggression we're going to get nice and early out. Waiting on this Jart. It's going to get a pinger. No reveal though.
Beautiful. Just great intuitive sense out of my shoe. The counter Hunter's Fury as well has read the positioning of Dragon and the rest of the team. He's just basically won them that first gun round right off the bat. The shock dart as well. Oh my god.
Why you bully me? At this point in time, all that damage. You got the Hunter's Furies, the shock dart, the recon was the distraction. Look how low they are already.
What a geek, honestly.
And another dart. That's info with the destruction of it. Don't need to get over ambitious now if you are Krimis either. Don't give an opportunity to Fun Crew.
I mean, they've still got the safety of the Killjoy set up. The turret's deep into sight to take contact onto lane.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this is cheeky from Easy. If you can get the frag on a pocket, it would be huge, but that's not going to be the case. And now with Freshest and Lou starting to sneak out through the B main position, you do, as mentioned, have to get past that fickle turret first.
We are in safe territory right now.
10 seconds left.
Credit to my shoot. First gun round having a play like that. Dart goes in as well. Spam logs.
Yeah.
You can see Crash is keen for it. He's waiting.
Yeah, I know. You got the dart there. If it gets the ping, you know the spam's coming. With the cloudburst going through, you might think, he's going to have to be logs if I've heard a cloudburst, right? Apparently, it's inaudible at that range.
Well, my shoot. Digging Krimis out of a bit of a hole there with some beautiful play on the Sova first gun round. This stabilizes Krimis's money. They need good money to be able to continue making this comeback a reality. 2+K across the board. That's all you can do, really. That's a cute dart. Fun Crew on this half buy. I'm going to contest Catwalk a little bit. There is the 1 star for safety in here this time. Pocket, nicely timed knife in there. Does catch 2 of the players.
Just this denial at the moment is what we're looking for if you are Krimis. A cheeky little dart and a pull and a peek, and that's how Pocket loses his life. You do have that maybe reassurance that Cloxy is in through Wine, but he'll have to get something happening as Master's getting bullied. There's Cloxy starting to rear his head out, and Marsh is getting all the kills that he needs to. Kyoto good for 1, but you got to rely upon your teammate here in Fleshes because you have no HP. The turret might even find Kyoto at this point in time. There's a reveal, the denial of the plant. Now Cloxy sees exactly where Fleshes is. The 1 versus 3 though. Do you even use the lockdown to try and 100% the round? The tag out. He's jumping up and Myth will find it.
It was shaky though from Krimis. Definitely scary that Pocket is diving deep into short off the back of that flash. Would just like to see the shallow peek on the stairs, you know? Like, I don't feel like he needs to underarm flash and wide peek into short, you know? I'd just like to see him peek cat or something off the back of that against pistols. Giving me a bit of a heart attack, mate. Either way, though, Fun Crew. They get a bit of damage done on a round like that. This makes the economy a little bit shakier, further intensified by the fact that Clocks is digging deep into the bank accounts, pulling out that operator. It's going over towards the B side of the map this time and punished immediately. 2 of the force out for Fleshes. Big control in the favor of Fun Crew and the man advantage. How's Krimis going to respond here?
Blocking vision.
With a slow little creep up at the moment over towards the A site for a rotation. But you got the mid side of the map from Fun Crew. Straight down the guts to be explored.
Drone through in the mid round from my shoot. Spots out all the boys in middle. Fun Crew as we often see on their attacking side, they're not rushing anything. They're taking their time, waiting for a mistake from Krimis in this 5-on-4. Maintaining the B main and middle map control. They've cleared out A main. They have the whole map here. The world is their oyster with this man advantage.
But is it going to be a sour one or a sweet one? That's the real question right now. Big reveal on that. The blade's gone for Lou. You still got assurance of a little bit of time though, Pilsky.
Yeah. They're leaving that extra player over on the lurk, but it is definitely the play towards this A side. Rolling Thunder available, but Mix has still got his whole Killjoy set up here.
Oh, yep. All of that, Nano. All of the stars, everything raining on toward the A site. Myth, he needs a frag or two here. It's the turret to do it. You talk about Myth. He's doing absolutely work in this round, but Dragon has something to say. Roaring in toward the round. You got a flank happening from Fleshes too. The spike to get picked up, and there's the frag from Fleshes. It's going to draw attention away. If Marsh can deny the plan, that would be the round. He's going to try and do so, jumping in front. He's brought him off, and Dragon takes the fight. It's ambitious, but it works.
Very close one. Came right down to the wire. Even the turret chipping in, you're talking about being a sixth player. It's actually a reality there. And I swear to God, Myth on the Sentinel inside one of these sites, it's almost like good for 3, you know? Good for 2 or 3 kills every bloody time. Just an absolute nightmare trying to tackle that man. But Dragon's been the goods this series, man. Another multi-frag from him in an important round for Fun Crew. Puts pressure back on Krimis's economy. Back onto the Jet Knives as the buy gets invested in. There's the fault line up across middle towards short. Do have this 1-3-1. Drone being utilized to take this A main control. Fun Crew working catwalk. Will run into this 3-man setup though.
Waiting for the first pick right now. Cloxy gets the blades out. His teammate there with Pocket to get the trade. Looking for another one, but Precious is there to at least keep things okay and maybe recoverable for Fun Crew. The spike is in spawn, so they're going to have to do that. How long can Dragon hold here?
Look at Dragon though. He's taken agency onto this A side. After that initial contest in towards middle, he's read the setup very well. Able to creep up deep into heaven. Myth. Whose crosshair is going to be better positioning? Look at that crosshair placement out of Dragon.
Given the plant, he's one of the Hunter's Fury. It's the micro things. It could be maximized to 100% the round.
That's alright. It's looking pretty good already. Fresh has got that rendezvous. Oh, I didn't call it back in time.
Well, he can play bait. Again, the Hunter's Fury, they could rely upon it. They're going to be clearing out Hell right now, Krimis Disciples. A shock dart to go over towards Wine, potentially. You've cleared out the site. You're thinking, okay, tree, heaven wrap. You see a shock dart come through from the Sova, you know at least one's over towards main. You hear the bullets coming from that direction. It's the 1-on-1 trade, and it's my shoe to hold through.
Another really close round coming down to a 1-on-1 on that A site. Talk about small details. I mean, I saw Marsh calling back a star at the end of that round when he didn't have any left. Would have been really great to have that for the A main choke point for the second Nebula. Made things a little easier rather than broadening it down to that 2-on-2 duel. But multiple 1v1s in the last couple of rounds. You know what that means, Dion, as we get towards that 10-10 scoreline. These are the big impact rounds of the game. Both teams very, very low on cash. Starting to come down to Spectres, starting to have to invest in these lackluster weapons like the Judge. Whoever drops this one's going to be broke.
Deploying drone.
Well, if you take out Dragon, you can use your lockdown for the potential retake. If you go vice versa, you don't have to worry about it. But yeah, following the drone down mid, it's cheeky. Got that alarm bot though.
Foxy's deep in A main though. And they've got mid's Killjoy set up over towards the B side.
Out of timing for Pocket. They're going to slip by. Hunter's Fury brought out early. Going to be getting the frag. Yes, it is onto my shoe. That's gone down. That's going to bring Krimis Disciples all the way over here. You've also got that null command starting to come through in a flash. I don't think they've spotted out exactly where Kyoto is at the moment, so this could be big. Surely he spotted the head of Myth. It's not going to be the case, but you know who will? It's Dragon. Now only 3 players remaining on the side of Krimis Disciples. Maybe make it 2. We will indeed from Lou. And that wall is just going to be protection. The bullyment in toward the site, and this is looking to be a flawless round to come through from Fun Crew unless Marsh has something to say about it. 47 points of HP, single star to his name. There's one at the back of the site, but look how many of the boys are over at the stairs.
It's done and dusted. Fun Crew, they pick up that massive impact round. They're already ahead in terms of the round count, and they're going to break Krimis's money to boot. They are really putting Crimis to the sword today in two pretty tight maps, but right at the end of this game, they're winning all the critical rounds. 1/2 buy away from securing series point is Fun Crew here, and I have to say, stylistically, they do not seem like the kind of team that is going to be tripping up against the Marshals unless they're really running the clock down to the last 10 seconds. I think, for the most part, this defaulty style is going to work pretty good against these half buys. There's the dart onto the backboard of the A, but it is not going to be easy for Cloxy to go and take advantage of some of those scans.
Yeah, it's one of the rounds where if you're Crimis Disciples, you potentially have to cut a couple of corners here.
Say stack. This could work out. Trying to rotate off the site though, a little bit too early.
Now the flash goes in and the dash as well. Cloxy's going to get out of that one and not get punished through the wall. But you know who is going to be? That's going to be Maestro. Onto water plant potentially. You wouldn't invest a lockdown for a retake in this one. It'd be very risky.
I would really like to have seen Cloxy just stick in the site there. But getting scanned by the dart, tough situation to be in. 3-on-4 here for Crimis. Couple of sheriff shots away from evening up the numbers. But not winning any of those duels. Last player in towards heaven is Myth. Looking for some damage. Not going to matter too much in terms of the ult orbs because he's already got his lockdown available.
Yeah, it's just damage here right now. There's a frag on towards Dragon, but it's just padding your stats at this point in time. Look for another frag if possible, but Flesh is just going to get that one. It's 12 on the board for Fun Crew. They now find themselves in series point.
Yeah, but just been playing excellent Valorant today, but in particular, you know, you have to say Dragon has been the standout. It's the two players you'd want to see up near the top of the scoreboard, delivering both on Icebox and then here again on Ascent, both Lou and Dragon. Coming up massive. Crimis into another gun round. 3 rounds away from pushing us into OT is not outside the realms of possibility on their pick. Going to contest B main again and leave Myth to hold on towards the A side of the map.
Odin's going to be not allowing anybody to get in through towards B main. But again, it's just this mid presence that Fun Crew are capitalizing upon time and time again. You've got no alarm bot this time. So there is a way in which Lou can really just find so much space in this round.
Yep. All the way up through market. Hasn't seen the alarm bot. Kind of indicates that the killjoy is elsewhere. And that is market control for Lou. How will Fun Crew proceed? I assume that it's going to be pressure towards the A side of the map and then Lou look to potentially pick some rotates, but...
Oh, the drone. It's going to get destroyed before they can clear market.
Yeah, good communication.
Taking that back.
It looks like they're just going to kick off this B split. Sova drone through the A side of the map. Just to be able to keep Crimis honest. You get the star on top of the turret as well, off of seeing that turret. That is very cheeky.
And the only problem is there's 3 players here at the B site, and that is a beautiful use of the fault line. Now the door's destroyed. Lou gets that frag, and things are just coming up very, very nicely for Fun Crew. This is a brilliant execution of a late round. Now you've just got Pocket and Myth to see what they can do. Maybe they even line up for Lou. There's the first one. The dash away, and Dragon will secure it on towards Pocket. He doesn't hit the 30 bomb, but 29 frags in that one is still a statement.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that gun round was exactly what you would have wanted to see. You put your jet in aggressive lurking position, and then you boil the mid to late round down. You just go and hit the site. He's able to provide an additional angle of pressure or potentially pick some rotations. And easy as you'd like, Fun Crew, that round is the perfect example of what they did all night. Just very, very good structured Valorant. You had the exact players you want to be popping off, and that's put them in a very, very good position. A very convincing win over Crimis. They stay alive in towards the upper bracket after a bit of a dry group stage, and all of a sudden this team is looking like more of a contender.
Yeah, and I got to say as well, you know, maybe seeing that breach a little bit skeptical, but just by the timing that we were seeing from Fun Crew, you know, on both sides as well, they made it look really well. You know, all the kills on the back of the fault line, the trades, you know, I think I only saw like one instance of during the fault line, someone got a frag when concussed, but I mean, if you're maximizing the abilities off the back of that, you know, it becomes pretty difficult to deny.
Yeah, I think now, you know, seeing Ascent for Crimis, losing the last 3 in a row off the back of their map pick might be worth kind of going back to the drawing board, maybe revisiting the map pool and seeing how they want to kind of be angling in terms of the veto, because I haven't seen them have too much success on them. A lot of the games that I've seen, like we were talking about earlier, the Icebox was looking good for them. You also talk about the Bind looking pretty good as well as Breeze, but at least for Ascent, I haven't seen them have too good of a strike rate on. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. It kind of opens up the door right now for both of these teams to, you know, really fine tune and work on a bunch of stuff. Because if we can cast our mind, you know, to where they're going, Fun Crew is going to be continuing in the top side of this bracket. It was mentioned before they're going to be playing Iconic, and I mean we'll get the visual for this a little bit later on. But Crimis, that does mean that they're going to be going down and playing against Bonkers for an elimination slot as well. And you know, you think about the longevity of this. Those were two teams that, you know, in a sort of pick'ems, a lot of people probably thought, by what we saw in the group stage, that they would continue on.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, it's been a delight to see this bracket kind of turned upside down from what we'd be expecting in the group stage. You're already seeing a lot of these teams hit some good form. So this is going to be a very competitive first stage of VOT,
Yeah.
and then even moving deeper into the year. Looking forward to seeing what we're going to get from a lot of these teams.
Well, with Fun Crew taking the victory in that one, I do believe we can get some insight from one of the players on the squad. It's going to be Fweshist from the Fun Crew squad. How you going, mate? Congratulations on the win.
Good. Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me on.
So I'll start off with one, and then I'll throw it to Pilly, or Pilsky rather, with the name change. It gets me all the time. The Breach being brought in on Ascent. It's the first time you guys have kind of, you know, showcased this lineup. What were the thoughts behind that? How much prac was there on that lineup, or was it like a kind of new thing?
Yeah, no. So we switched up our Ascent comp like pretty recently. We saw how like impactful Breach can be on Ascent if used right, and even the Chamber. Although I did pretty much nothing that map anyway on the Chamber, it didn't make a difference because Dragon dropped 30. But yeah, we didn't even get to Theory as much as we wanted to. Our prac's been pretty because of everyone's schedules and whatnot. It's been pretty unfortunate. But yeah, we're happy to play that comp and do well with it.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to ask you what were your kind of expectations were going into the tournament, because I saw you guys in the group stage. You had some closer maps, but maybe not playing as well as, well, me personally. I don't know what your expectations were expecting you to, but already you take out Crimis, who topped their group 3-0. What were your thoughts about your performance in the group stage, and now, you know, already getting a good win here in the playoffs?
Yeah, like, thing is, I think by order, like everyone can win any game. Like it did look a bit rough considering we went 0-3 or whatever. We had a rough showing, but like on any day, any of these teams can beat it. The competition's pretty good right now in OCE, and there's a lot of teams that changed only pretty recently. They haven't had time to mesh like some of the other teams. So, I mean, I went from playing with the same like 5 people for like 6-7 months to like a pretty much brand new team with the Fun Crew boys we got now. So it would just take time, and I'm certain in time this would be like probably the best team that I've been in, I'd say.
No, so actually, let's touch upon that point, right? So you're moving from the previous rendition of this roster into the new one. How's that sort of transition process gone? Were you visible in the whole you know, Lou and Dragon sort of role figuring out, right? Because a lot of people know that both of them are, you know, very, very capable duelists. You know, let's take both Jets for example. How did that process sort of come about?
Dragon can play literally anything, and I think Lou's probably the best Jet in the region. I even said it. Honky asked me a question in OCE Champs who I thought the best player in the region was, and I said Lou, like even back then. So Dragon can literally just play anything. Reyna, the flex, whatever. Like as you can see, he dropped 30 as a Sova, like comfortably. So it worked out well.
Awesome.
No, very good. We might park it there, Fweshist. We'll be able to see you, of course, hopefully in the next series. But that is going to be Fweshist from Fun Crew, of course, folks, getting the victory here tonight in a pretty clean 2-0 fashion. And yeah, I got to say, Pilsky, you know, we needed to see a sort of revitalization from this squad from what we saw in the group stage. And today they did.
Yeah, for sure. I was very impressed with what I was saying. Even in some of their defeats earlier on in the group stage, I was saying it like I didn't mind watching their style, although it was a little too one-dimensional when it wasn't finding them success. I like the sentiment of how they're trying to play. You know, they're trying to play default. They're trying to play, you know, this very, very structured kind of gameplay style. And I think the more practice you put into that kind of style and the more you get comfortable with a lot of those roles and just getting more and more reps in, the more success it's going to find and the more they're going to be able to build on that style and add more variations and more details to it. So I'm really, really keen to see them go from strength to strength, and hopefully they can keep up this performance.
Yeah, no, certainly so. I want to see that throughout the remainder of the bracket for them this time. And why don't we go ahead and have a look at what the bracket is looking like at the moment. Who is where in this one? So for today's games, Bonkers versus Iconic. Iconic took the 2-0, and likewise Fun Crew over Crimus Disciples. So they are going to be battling each other out next time. But that next time is not going to be till later on, because tomorrow I do believe we're going to be into the lower bracket games. So it'll be Meow Meow Mind Freak and Bonkers and Crimus Disciples.
Yeah, I think those interest me more. And in general, with these double elimination brackets, the upper bracket games, they're always interesting. You know, it's always good to see who's showing good form in the tournament overall and who's looking strong. But I really like the storylines behind the lower bracket games that we'll get to see tomorrow. You get to see who's going to potentially going to be eliminated after all said and done. And you know, those are the big pressure games, whereas the upper bracket games, you know, they're overall they do definitely mean something. But yeah, those lower bracket games, there's a lot of pressure. You can potentially get knocked out, and it's good to follow a lot of those storylines.
Yeah, well, of course, if you do want to catch the action again tomorrow, it's going to be an earlier start time because it is on the weekend. It is a Saturday, at least in Australia and New Zealand for you American folks. So it's going to be 3:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, if we're still in Standard Daylight, whichever one it is. I can't really keep track of it. You know, 5:30 New Zealand as well. So make sure you do jump back. I believe it's going to be Avril and is it you tomorrow as well, Billy?
It's me.
It is, isn't it?
It's me.
So he's switching me out for the better handsome Avril. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, I was filling in for the man today because much like a lot of the O's rosters, we had to make a last minute substitution on the broadcast as well. But it was a good cast. I was happy with it.
Nah, very good. Me too. It's always good to get back behind the mic with yourself. But folks, that is going to do us for tonight. Again, make sure you do tune back in tomorrow for the games. From us, a farewell. Have a good night. See you later.
Payne picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Payne.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a second play. No! Oh my God!
The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's shooting. Oh my word!